new rules. 5-minute presentations.
Good morning. This is the public hearing of April 16, 2019. Chair Carroll, Commissioner Bland, Commissioner Chapin, Commissioner Penn, Commissioner Edelphi, Commissioner Goldberg, Commissioner Gustafson,
Here.
Commissioner Holton-Smith, here, Commissioner Lupton, Commissioner Tamir Ireland, Commissioner Moss.
Good morning, Commissioners. We're going to start today's Preservation Department agenda with public meeting items. I'm going to read into the record 3 items, however, they're all being presented together this morning. First, item number 1, LPC 19-34930, an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 553, Lot 26, 177 MacDougal Street, the Greenwich Village Historic District. A row house built in 1834 and altered in the late 19th century. The application is to install storefront infill. Item number 2, LPC 19-34933, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 583, Lot 21, 179 MacDougal Street, aka 4042 West Main Street, Greenwich Village Historic District. A 1-story commercial building designed by Adelphi built in 1937. The application is to demolish the building and construct a building. And finally, item number 3, LPC 19-34417, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 553, Lot 24, 36 and 38 West 8th Street, aka 91 MacDougal Street, also in the Greenwich Village Historic District. A 1-story commercial building designed by Beekman and Greene and built in 1937. The application is to demolish the building and construct a new building. These were all last presented at the public hearing on February 5th, 2019. No action was taken at that time.
Good morning, Commissioners, Greene Mission Preservation staff. The proposal before you is to demolish the building at the corner of West 8th Street and MacDougal Streets and to construct a new building. The proposal also includes altering the lower floors at 177 MacDougal Street and installing a new storefront. The application was first presented at the public hearing on February 5th, 2019, where no action was taken. The original design can be seen on the slide in front of you. At that time, the Commissioners expressed concerns with the proposal, including providing more differentiation between the storefronts and further articulating and breaking up the mass of the 8th Street facade of the new building. Applicants have returned with a revised proposal addressing the Commissioners' comments, and the team will now present the specifics of these revisions.
I think we need to make a motion to open the proceedings. Second. All in favor?
Hi, I'm John Taylor in Springfire. I'm going to briefly reintroduce the site and just summarize how the revisions address the comments made at the public hearing, and then Mark Adelphi will walk you through the details. Again, it's at the southwest corner of West 8th Street, at the top of MacDougal Street. The proposal includes a new building on the site of the 2 corner 1-story taxpayer buildings, and at 177 MacDougal Street, a new act-rate storefront that will replace this bi-level storefront access from the basement areaway that was installed in the early 1960s. Again, this was the previous proposal. There was a lot of positive discussion of the height and massing at this corner site, as well as the approach in which the new building is expressed in 2 different expressions that can be drawn on the varied history of this context. There's the corner section that's expressed as a 6-story apartment building, and the section to the south on MacDougal that's expressed as a loft building. But again, there were concerns about the horizontal reading of the 8th Street facade. The storefronts, I think, were thought as not living up to the eclectic inspiration of the overall design. And that includes at 177, where removing the 60s ironwork screen and replacing it with a storefront was seen as taking away some of the later history texture in the village's history. So, turning to the new proposal, the architects have reconfigured the major piers on the 8th Street facade to sort of divide it up clearly into three parts, break down the scale from the bottom to the top. So, at the storefronts, this means there's 3 more equal, moderately sized storefront openings. In the upper stories, the fenestrated area between the piers are reset several inches, so those piers are proud and are clearly legible. The horizontal bands that were at the spandrels between the middle floors have been removed, and those were really contributing, I think, to that horizontal reading. And on the MacDougal side as well, the removal of those bands and the emphasis of the piers sort of reduces that continuity between the 2 facades that I think the commissioners thought that made the windows look too aligned in the 2 distinct facades.
Did you toggle back and forth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So bands, now you have piers.
Right.
At the storefronts, the details have been enhanced, and Morris will zoom in on those so we can get a better detail, but each building has its own sort of distinct storefront that relates to the building type, and then this is the previous view from MacDougal, and at 177, the proposal now is to retain the ironwork screen from the 1960s. The infill now is a sort of more minimal contemporary infill in the opening that allows this later textured sort of physical and historical texture of the building's history to stand out. So let Morris just walk you through the detailed numbers.
Seems like you might be able to run for like.
Good morning, Commissioners. Yeah, I think there are a lot of little changes and some not so little changes, but altogether I think it's made a big effect on the overall project. And I have a series of before and afters here, and I'm getting into much more detail of the storefronts, but I'll try and run through it. As Jonathan said, we eliminated demand on the corner apartment building and worked on the storefront. So we retained the iron work here and revised the storefront detailing on 177 and modified the storefront, swap configuration, changing the windows, dropping those windows down a little bit. And I think the biggest change here is by eliminating those horizontal fans, the brickwork, it really expresses and gives each section its own identity on the street. And then here, the biggest change is these piers really come all the way through, which they didn't here. And I think there was almost a confused reading between the storefront and the upper portion. I think the horizontality really worked against the way the block is configured with a lot of small buildings. And so that really helps to create these three sections of the building. And we've recessed this portion as well as the top portion 4.5 inches back. So you have a little under a foot between the face of the building and the face of the glass there. And then you can really see the difference here in this view. Looking east, that you get that vertical reading there. Again, more detail here, showing that 4.5 inch setback for the center portion here, which you can read there as well. Here are the storefronts that I get into more detail. This is before and after. So we've retained the ironwork, modified the storefront here, added detail here, really accentuated this arch with the colonnade and the panels, recessed panels on the storefront. And here's just further detail. It's just detail for each one. No, we have those in another presentation. Do you want to see? We have the white line.
Is it in this package? This is not.
You want to see the previous streets?
Block fronts.
Yeah, we're talking about that. Please.
I know it was in the previous one.
Yeah, that is the actual previous.
Yeah, I should find that.
It's okay.
Okay.
Okay, any questions, Commissioners? All right, thank you, Morris. I'll ask for a motion to close the proceedings. We don't have to proceed slowly, we're going to open. Live and learn. Okay, no further questions? Then we'll go to discussion. Anyone want to start? Much improved. I would say it's tweaking the improvement, but these tweaks were important. Subtle changes, not an overall change of approach at all. Saving that 60s ironwork, I think, was a great move. Unusual too to be able to incorporate these kinds of elements from the past in a new building, or a renovated building in this case. So those are my thoughts. Certainly approvable now. Michael?
First, I think it's improved a lot. However, I felt last time, I think I still feel that it's historic to Vermont. I could vote for it for that reason. I think that the
Did you say
but
can?
not. The West 8th Street is mostly dominated, especially on the side, by five or 4-story buildings. And for me, I think the expression as a 6-story building is
Oh, sorry. Unless someone agrees with Michael.
That's why I want to
Unless
see.
someone agrees with Michael.
Right, I want to see the streetscape.
So let's see where else it is. As he's determined whether or not.
I agree. I think the tweaks really flesh the project out nicely, and I think it fits very nicely, very well into the context around it.
You're okay? And, all right, so we have our 6 votes. Monica, we can vote however you wish. As always.
Thank you very much.
No pressure.
Jamie, would you like to?
In a matter of wait, I do this first.
We're going to do 3 separate, one vote or 3 votes?
Got it. And I don't know. Okay. A little complicated. In the matter of docket 19-3441736-38 West 8th Street, AKA 181 MacDougal Street. Okay. And docket 19-34933-179 MacDougal Street, AKA 40-42 West 8th Street in Greenwich Village Historic District. 2 1-story commercial buildings designed by Leon Levy and H.I. Feldman respectively, built in 1937. An application to demolish both buildings and construct a new building. I note I know that the adjacent blocks on West 8th Street and MacDougal Street feature an eclectic variety of building types, and styles, including 19th century row houses with altered commercial bases, 20th century buildings. I recommend approval finding that the existing 1-story commercial buildings have been significantly altered prior to and since designation, therefore the demolition will not detract from the special historic and architectural character of the Greenwich Village Historic District, that the massing and height of the proposed new building externally expresses 2 buildings of 6 and 7 stories in height will relate respectively to the streetscapes of West 8th Street and MacDougal Street, which feature a variety of building heights. That the proposed facades are articulated in a tripartite arrangement of base, shaft, and capital, recalling the typical facade composition of the tall apartment and loft buildings located throughout this historic district. That the proposed materials palette featuring red and beige brick and cast stone and gray and brown metal windows will harmonize with the masonry materials and finishes of the buildings found throughout this historic district. That the proposed detailing of the facades featuring ornamental brickwork laid in a variety of patterns and corbelled modular cornices will provide a level of depth and articulation comparable to what is found on historic buildings within the district, while contributing to the building's contemporary design. That the fenestration pattern at the MacDougal Street facade, featuring large window bays separated by brick spandrels, will recall the facade composition of neighboring loft buildings. That the fenestration pattern at the West 8th Street facade, composed of paired single window bays will reference the proportions of repeating bays that are characteristic of 20th century apartment buildings and serve to break up the masonry that spans up the facade. That the design, configuration, and materials of the ground floor infill featuring a corner storefront entrance, large glazed display windows with metal framing, metal bulkheads, paired entry doors, and metal sign bands with pin-mounted metal signage will harmonize with the ground floor treatments of buildings within the streetscape. That the proposed metal marquee at the MacDougal Street entrance will be finished to match the surrounding infill and be well integrated with the design of the facade, helping it to remain a discrete presence within the streetscape. That the gray metal and glass-clad rooftop penthouse stair and elevator bulkheads, metal mesh railings, and mechanical equipment set behind a louvered screen, while visible from several vantage points, will be simple in design and silhouette and comparable to rooftop accretions found in other large buildings throughout this historic district. That the rear facade will feature a high solid to void ratio with similar design fenestration pattern and color palette that will be in keeping with typical rear facades of buildings within this historic district, and that the resulting building will enhance the special architectural character of the Greenwich Village Historic District.
Okay. All in favor? Are we going to vote? Yeah. Any opposed? One. Okay. So that piece is approved now.
I know that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I further note that the existing ironwork was installed in the late 1960s as West 8th Street was developed as a diverse commercial thoroughfare. I recommend approval finding that the removal of the existing storefront infill and entrance door will not eliminate any significant historic fabric, that retrofitting the existing decorative ironwork into the design of the new storefront will maintain this eclectic feature, that the construction of a new at-grade storefront will allow for barrier-free access into the base of the building, that the streetscape has historically featured a mixture of 1- and 2-story storefronts of varying periods and styles, and therefore the new storefront design will be in keeping with the eclectic character of ground floor infill historically added to row houses of this type in the early 20th century. That the configuration of the storefront featuring painted wood and glass display windows and transoms, entrance door with sidelight, paneled bulkheads, and sign bands featuring pin-mounted metal signage will be consistent with the variety of storefront configurations found at neighboring buildings and within the Greenwich Village Historic District. That the work will not detract from the historic and architectural character of the Greenwich Village Historic District, and that the existing ironwork is a significant later alteration from the 60s, an important era in the development of West 8th Street as a diverse commercial thoroughfare.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes, so we're approved on both counts.
Okay, Commissioners, we're going to move to the public hearing items now. First is item number 1, is LPC 19-30828, an application for a certificate of occupancy of block 2090, lot 56, 244 Adelphi Street in the 43 Historic District, an Italian-style row house built since 1852. The application is to construct a rear yard addition, modify the roof, and excavate a portion of the rear yard.
Describing the proposed work. The architect is available for any questions. 244 Adelphi Street is located on the south side of Adelphi Street, in the middle of the block between Willoughby Avenue and Untitled Avenue in the Fort Greene Historic District. As you can see from the block plans, some rear yard incursions exist within the block. Light gray color indicates one-story additions, and the slightly darker gray color indicates 2-story additions.
The proposal is to construct a full-height rear addition at number 244 in conjunction with changing the roof pitching, making the rear of the building 1 foot 4 inches taller. 244 Adelphi Street is an Italian-style house built in 1852 and outlined here on the slide. These neighboring two buildings to the left on the slide were built at the same time as number 244 but are narrower. And on this side to the right is a commission-approved house, and outside of the slide, over here in this corner, is an apartment building. For context, here is a slide showing the rear yard and the adjacent buildings on either side of 244 in the rear. Also, views from either side illustrating that the proposed work will not be visible to the thoroughfares. Straight back from the village yard. The existing elevation and proposed, notice here is indicated that roof raise that I mentioned before. Existing. And existing and proposed sections. So you see the top 2 floors are extending only a little bit out from the line of the existing diagram reference, and then the bottom floors. Further, this rendering also illustrates how the lower 2 floors, as I noted in the sections, will project out 16 feet 2 inches, and the upper 2 floors will project 5 foot 8 inches farther than the existing facade. Back to the section for reference there. So here's the extension along with the larger extension 16 foot 2 of the lower 2 floors. Upper 2 floors are extending 5 foot 8 from the existing facade. And there's the second rendering to provide an illustration of the proposed working context of the neighboring buildings.
Did you clarify that this building is, was built as a twin, part of the road, or one on the right side of it?
The designation report describes the buildings, all 3, as being built approximately 1852 for the same owner. This one is actually 3 bays wide, and these are 2 bays wide and shared areas.
Did we approve the, I believe to be extension on the rear of the building to the left?
This one here?
Yeah, the massive thing on the left.
This thing, on the left. This is a commission-approved house, yes.
That's a new building.
It is a new building, that's
New
correct.
building.
But the extension on the right was,
I believe that is there at the time of the designation.
did you show us the plan, the site plan, so that we can see that in relationship to the neighbors?
They are in the first floor. Here's the extension. This is that one, that big window.
Right.
Here's the new building.
So the extension does not go quite as far as either extension.
It does not, that's correct. The deck comes out a little bit further, but not the addition itself.
I think that's very clear with the architect or whoever you are, the applicant would like to further the presentation. You're welcome to, but you don't need to repeat anything that's already been made very clear.
I think the only thing is
We need your name.
Sorry, yes, she called me that. Hi, I'm Jeff Wandersman, I'm with Palette Architecture. I think the only other thing that you can kind of see is from the rear view, there is a bunch of other buildings that are stepped back that are different, sort of throughout
the cross-section of the block, there's a lot of variability on that block already.
Next question. So I'm sure the staff told you that it's the norm that the commission doesn't approve full removals of rear facades, ground stones in most cases. So why do you think this one is appropriate?
Several things. If you go and look at the existing, I don't think that there's much that we're preserving there in terms of architectural character.
Okay.
And I think we will actually be presenting something that's more dynamic and more potentially fitting for the street.
Okay.
And then, yes, just what's going on at both sides of it in terms of the new building right next to it, which is going to stick out past on all floors. And as you mentioned, this beautiful big window building to the other side.
That doesn't address the upper floors. That's what I'm referring specifically to the upper floors.
The other thing, I mean, so as Julian mentioned, we are interested in raising the roof slightly. It's like 6'9" interior on that back, so it wouldn't be touching the front, but looking to do that, it's something to actually make it more habitable in there. Those are the basic ideas.
Any other questions? All right, well, close the hearing. Yeah, close the hearing. We're going to go to testimony next. Close the hearing. Testimony, right, okay.
No, hold on. We go to the hearing and go back.
I don't think we're really close. If we did, it's open. Okay, so, all right, thank you. So, Kelly Carroll.
Good morning, Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. While a two-story rear extension is a common and often reasonable request, demolition and 5-foot extension of the building's envelope on the upper stories is an overreach. HDC requests that the top floor remain intact with portable cornice and punched openings. The totality of this industrial chic design, coupled with a brick latticework balcony, is starkly foreign on an 1852 house in a very old Brooklyn neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other people like to testify? No, thank you. Community Board 2 has recommended approval of the application. Now,
You want to comment on what was said?
In terms of the fenestration, I would say that we're open in terms of architectural detailing. Obviously, we're early on in the schematic design process and trying to understand the massing implications. So if we had feedback that said that the size of the fenestration or certain aspects of the corbelling are important to preserve, then that's certainly something we would take into mind and incorporate.
could you go to the drawing again? Yeah, right. I think the issue for me may be the issue of 6 feet 9 inches in the back. That's, I can see that being a problem. Is that a building code problem for you in terms of?
I mean, the ceiling does slope as it goes up, obviously following the roof line, so it gets out of there. But yeah, it's. I think it would. The average for that room would need building code. It certainly makes it hard to use a lot.
And the 5 foot 8 inches or whatever it is that you're requesting be added would certainly improve the size of the bedrooms, et cetera, but that may be an issue. To find out where the commission's going to land on that issue, but presumably you might have to reorganize the interior.
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's just about understanding what are the important aspects of the preservation we're trying to create, as opposed to if you look at the neighbor to the right, that has the bay window, and yes, you're keeping the rear line, but you have what seems to us to be a much more incongruous addition. The idea of being able to touch the entire facade gives you the possibility of actually creating a building that's all in one character.
Right.
So if we understood what the rationale is of what needs to be maintained, we'd certainly be willing to work.
Michael Lowe, question.
just wanted to ask you a question about the window framing material. It looks in the renderings like it's like storefront, storefront too, but then the drawings call it for sliding rear doors that are probably articulated differently. Can you tell us what your intention was?
Again, we're early on in the schematic design process, but the intention is steel. I think the elevations at this point are showing bifold or
The sliding folding door.
yeah, so that they would be able to open, but the articulation would be basically four main door panels. So that can certainly be made clearer in terms of that. It should read basically as four doors. They will all be
Industrial sash system.
Yeah, exactly. They'll all be in plan. Those will be true divided lights. So.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If not, I'll ask for a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
Second, all in favor? Thank you, the hearing is closed. Comments? Thoughts?
Well, start with this. The depth of the first two floors, the intrusion of the yard is fine. I think it's not quite as deep as the right or the left. And I do have some concern about the changing the massing of the top floor, which goes against what we normally do. Then the issue is confused by the fact that we actually, I guess we always own what previous commissions have done, what we did next door in terms of the massing there, which truly disrupts the massing of the row of structures. So I'm a little bit at sixes and sevens about it, but I think in the end, I would give them the first two floors and with the fenestration if they want it, and I would cut back on that top floor and preserve the top floor windows.
What about the extension on the top two floors? Coming out 5 feet.
So the top floor would not, because you're preserving those three windows. Whether the next floor down comes out, is fine.
I also think that the lower level extension is fine. I think the reason that I feel strongly about the top two floors, at least the top one floor, remaining at the existing material, is less about the row. There is clearly a row of three houses there. More about for me, that rule, such as it is, a practice that we have of trying generally to keep the top floor, has to do partially with the continuity in the row, but also with the sense of what the house was, the sense of the volume of the house, as something that you can still read. So I think that for that reason as well, I would encourage the applicant to keep the top floor. The solution that we've seen with other properties, height problems, is that you keep the carpet cornice and you slope up within the first couple of feet, and you get to where you need to go with basically a stubby answer, and that takes care of the problem.
Is it the top floor only or the top two floors?
Well, I think on this block, I personally would find it better to keep the top two floors, but if they want to come back with, we saw last week, for instance, a case where the second to top floor, I think last thing is that, you could kind of do it as like a T-porch or something where it had a separate expression. And if I'm not mistaken, down the block, there were other ones that were multi-story additions above the parlor level above the color. So I'd say look at the block for guidance on it. I think at least the top floor, I personally prefer the two times, but I think it's probably the to go through.
Okay, other thoughts? Yeah, Jim?
I'm not taking on these matters, but I also don't have a problem with making the building wider at the base. I think the illustration works. And it fits within the context of the surrounding buildings. I don't have a problem with, as we come higher, with the building extending out or up. I mean, I just don't think there's a lot of floor out there on the top floor. No matter what you do, at the back of the building, it's like 6 foot high. I do think it would be, I like to think about what, when we do something, what the impact is going to be further down the road for other requests that come to us. So my recommendation is that we ask the applicant to really have on the upper floors fenestration that is more consistent with the buildings around it.
Not a new wall.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I think it has to, we want the facade, or I would like to see the facade be consistent in some way. I don't have a problem with it, with the new brick.
I just want to voice opinions. I think we won't have enough to vote for the current scheme, but I'd like to give more guidance.
I agree with the importance of keeping the existing top floor, at least, both for the continuity and instead of the reading of the original house. That's concerned with the floor below, having the extension, and I think the bottom 2 floors are fine.
Okay. All right. I think that's my opinion too. I'm really thinking that actually the top 2 floors should be retained. But I suppose I can be convinced when we come back, because I think you're going to have to come back. The bottom 2 floors seem fine, although I think completely unarticulated in the detail. I think we have to come back with a little bit more of a detail of how that really works and looks. I think hearing you say it's steel is reassuring, but I think we would want to see that detailed a bit more before they can be approved. So with those kind of thoughts and comments, work with staff and come back and see us as soon as you can. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to item number 2. This is LPC 19-22696, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 18, Lot 16, 246 Monroe Street, Beekman Historic District, an altered row house built into meeting lot. The application is to alter the front facade and roof, construct rear additions, and raise parapets and chimneys.
Good morning, Commissioner. I for your preservation staff. The subject premises is located at 246 Monroe Street between Austria Avenue and Marcy Avenue within the Bedford Historic District. This is 246 Monroe Street. It was built, as you can see on the photo on the left, it was built as part of this shorter row on the right and was altered before the historic district was designated. Now it is taller than its original row, and it also has this added level window opening, which this row does not. They are proposing to redesign the front facade to match the row to the left. If they were restoring the facade to match its historic row on the right, it would be reviewed at staff level, but matching this other row requires a commission review. So the proposed facade is highlighted on the right, and they're following the style on the left rather than the original style on the right, as you can see. So these are the existing building on the left that the subject building is following with the proposed facade. This is the historic tax photo. The subject property is the item C. And then this is the historic photo of this original facade, and then the proposal is going to show the facade following the building A and B, rather than D. So from this axometric and the front facade here, we can see that this shows the proposed front facade, and it's modeled on the neighboring row on the left. They are proposing brownstone stucco for the facade and asphalt shingle for the mansard roof. The windows, door, and corners are proposed to match the historic wood and metal material. This is an axometric and the rear the front elevation. So this just shows the material.
Are the other answers in the row also asphalt?
The neighboring row roof is
Looks like the neighboring building, at least one of them has painted slate. I'm sure about the other condition. None are currently exposed in their original slate conditions.
And were those added? The mansard?
We know that they were there at the time of the tax order.
Tax order.
Tax order, but we don't know if they're a set of 4 buildings, so it seems likely that they don't match. But we don't have information to say. The designation report doesn't clarify if they were later additions. But they all match, and it's throughout the row, so it seems very possible.
These are the details, the proposed openings. Just quickly put the slides to the rear yard.
Those are new windows, the only windows?
Yeah, these will be modified. Yeah, the top will be new windows, and they will be modifying the openings. The existing opening are not that's been modified.
So they're proposing to put in aluminum windows?
No, but modify the opening to follow the historic opening on the left. So for the rear, this is a block plan showing, I'll also to the back to show the rear photos. The subject building is highlighted in red. The color in blue is existing one-story addition. Color in green is two-story, and then the neighboring orange color is the same as what they're proposing in the three-story addition. This orange neighboring three-story addition was built before the historic district was designated. Still put up the rear. Just go to the grayed out photos. So this is the proposed rear addition, three-story, and the photo on the left is the existing condition. The proposing three-story addition, which will not be visible from a public thoroughfare. And then it's proposed with a stucco clad addition.
So that brick hatch is just a mistake.
Sorry?
That brick hatch there is a mistake.
Oh, it's great. My apologies, my modification. It's great. And then for the side here, you can see that they're constructing a mansard at the roof. They're proposing to raise this lot line. So, sorry, the next. they're constructing the mansard at the roof. The red dotted line is the existing building profile. See that they're proposing to raise the slot line facade in brick to align with the front, similar to the existing condition at the neighbor. They are also proposing to construct the stucco clad stair bulkhead, raise the chimney, and install railing. So you can see from the axonometric here, the bulkhead, the raised chimney, railing, and also the side parapet, which will be brick. The side elevation here. And then for this bulkhead addition, this is the mock-up seen from the front street. And also it's minimal visible when we stand at the junction of North Strand Avenue. Sorry about this. So you can see the top right there. So this is the parapet, and there's a little bit of the railing, and this is the bulkhead together with the chimney. This is at the junction of North Strand Avenue. The applicant, Jeff Parkman of Rise Architecture, is here to further explain anything I didn't cover in the proposal and also answer questions.
Before he speaks, could you just tell us, are there other three-story additions or rear yard additions?
Okay, so going back to the floor plan, there is one three-story rear addition at the moment that was built before the district was designated. And then apart from that, I'll go back to the floor plan. So the orange one is the neighboring three-story. This is the subject premises. Yep.
You did explain that earlier, I just missed it. Thank you.
Okay.
If the applicant would like to speak, please.
The sign is moving with this.
Would you just state your name again for the record, please?
Jeff Packer.
Thank you.
So, part of the reason for this proposal, as you can see, the existing facade of a particular building in question, somebody had seemed to have tiled the entire property and messed with the entire facade. We were discussing initially on a projection whether to go contrast to the actual proposal that's here, which is a modern version versus something that's classical that fits in with the estate. Over here, now that all the elements no longer exist in the building, we're replicating whatever we're rebuilding from scratch. Our client had requested that we try to follow a building that's on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side of our property, therefore matching the existing exposure to there, therefore making a difference in this particular building. Our objective obviously is to try to recreate the actual conditions that are on site. I'd like to show the front facade. Part of this proposal actually requires an enormous amount of work on the facade to actually get it completed because a lot of the window elevations are not exactly perfect that are there in the building on the right hand side. But since we have to recreate this entire facade regardless, the door sizes, everything just has been stripped from the building from its original context that was there. And if we're recreating the context, the client had requested that we try to do the best we can to obviously accommodate the height difference that makes a big difference in the project. I just want to show the front facade so you can really see the amount of work that's put in to try to get it to mimic the project on the right. Obviously, if you look at the tax photo from the original adjacent property, someone had cut their facade. Even their historic classics that were there before, mostly have been stripped, except for the window details around the lower windows. The upper mansard roof has been cut, all the details are below that we're actually trying to replicate. That actually gives us a lot of history to what was in front of the buildings on the right as well, which has also been lost a lot on the buildings on the right as well. And I'd like the commission to take a look at it and obviously understand what we're trying to propose and do the best to accommodate.
Great. Are there other questions from Commissioners?
Yeah, could you just, I apologize for arguing on this one issue, but are the proposed windows wet metal or wood? Okay, but help me understand why on the drawing for new windows, the drawings for windows, the existing show wood and the proposed show metal. Beautiful, glad to hear it. Thanks.
Okay. If no further questions, we'll go to public testimony. Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. This is an ambitious proposal that will enhance the streetscape and the Bedford Historic District at large. HDC is comfortable with the choice to not have the upper story windows break the cornice line as they appear in the tax photo because of the problematic drainage issues inherent to that original design. While this is a wholesale win, it would be ideal if the applicant could employ real scallop slate shingles on the new mansard roof instead of synthetic ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other people who would like to speak? No? Thank you. Committee Board 2 recommends denial, noting, this is Committee Board 3 recommends denial, noting that the revised plans do not reflect the intent of the drawings or previous feedback. The bulkhead remains too large, the size and configuration of the rear windows are inappropriate. The front door should be a double door, the roof railing must be revised. Request for brick rear facade, I think that was certainly changed, at least that was the presentation. And reduce the size of the rear yard extension. Would you like to respond to any of the comments that you heard? The support of HDC doesn't require comment, but could you explain some of the issues that the community board found?
So we actually started to pull out of everything in our revised proposal. One of them is we actually provided the double window, which is one of the comments regarding the window sizes as well. We actually revised that and showed the rear facade, as well as we proposed the brick rear facade to accommodate their comment as well. Regarding the slate shingles, we have commented before. If that's the only issue that we have no problem proposing the slate shingle roof, a slate roof as well.
And to match the neighborhood.
Correct.
Which is slate, I think. Okay, thank you. Thanks. Okay, if there are no more questions, we can close the hearing. Right. Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, what are we getting?
Well, I think I'll start with the rear. And that's, if you look at, I think it's the LPC 018, the rendering A, I think tells you about the massing of that rear extension. I think it needs to conform a little better to what's going on going up there. So I would take that down 1 story. As far as the choice on the front of matching building on the left, I'm perfectly happy with that. I do, if they're going to do that, I do want it to left as you face the building. I do think that the details should try to match as much as they can the existing details on the remaining buildings. So I would want the slate shingle. So I think that's the only, that's my only comment.
Okay, thank you. Any other? Everybody's agreeing?
This is, when we have these conversations about the donut and preserving it, looking at blocks that have been relatively untouched, except for that addition that was constructed prior to designation. This is pretty clean. And I would say I don't have a problem at all with the facade of the building, but I actually think I would recommend that the addition come down 2 stories.
Yeah, I think that's been suggested.
Come down 1, so it's 2, so it's reduced to 2 stories.
I'm saying to bring it down 2 stories.
So it's 1.
So that is 1. Because that is what we're seeing
for the most part.
Can we go back to that lot plan with the blues and the oranges?
Lot two, there aren't a lot of greens too.
There.
Yep.
Yeah, there. So the green is 2, orange is 3, and blues are 1. That's your point. Okay.
That's one.
All right. Okay, so that's, I could support it down to 2 or 1. Where are we? Let's get a one story. 1, okay. All right. I think we're ready to approve with a 1-story, not 3-story addition in the rear with brick and the front of the facade as more or less as presented. Is that right, Jeff? With slate, yeah. Don, are you ready to read that one?
In the matter of docket number LPC 19-22696, 246 Monroe Street in the Bedford Historic District, the application is to alter the front facade and roof, construct rear yard additions and raise parapets and chimneys. I note that the front facade was increased in height and attic story windows added prior to the designation of the historic district. I recommend approval with modifications, noting that the work will not damage or destroy any significant architectural or historic features, that the house no longer aligns an overall height or window placement with its original row, therefore the proposed work will not diminish the unity of the historic row, that redesign the front facade to replicate the historic appearance of the adjacent house, which is part of a different row, will help the existing modern top floor window openings to harmonize with the facade and support the unity of the rows. That the stucco material for the facade will be in keeping materials typically used for resurfacing facades and houses throughout the streetscape and historic district, and closely recall the historic appearance of brownstone. That the front facade elements will be consistent with the row to be matched in terms of design, finishes, and details. That the raised side wall, bulkhead, and chimney will be well scaled to their contact and finish to help them blend with their surroundings, utilize common materials and simple details, and only be moderately visible from public thoroughfares within the context of a varied streetscape, thereby helping them remain secondary background elements. That the addition will not be visible from a public thoroughfare, extend to the rear of the lot line, or eliminate presence of a rear yard. That the addition will be in keeping with other additions within the block in terms of projection into the yard and will not project further than the neighboring additions by more than 3 feet. That the addition will feature a brick cladding material, solid to void ratio, and division of floor levels, which are typical of secondary facades and houses within this block. And that the excavation and underpinning will be done in compliance with Department of Buildings regulations under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer or registered architect to protect the building facades and the adjacent buildings. However, I note that the proposed rear addition will be taller than the additions of the immediate neighboring houses and the majority of additions of the block, and that the proposed asphalt shingles will not closely recall the appearance and character of slate shingles. Therefore, I recommend that the addition be reduced to 1 story and that natural slate be used for the mansard roof.
Second? Second? All in favor? Any opposed? So the motion passes with those changes. Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to item number 3. This is LPC 19-34055, application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough Approach, block 39, lot 2840 Atlantic Avenue, UK 2840 to 2844 Atlantic Avenue, 191 Shanghai, Empire State Dairy Company buildings, individual former dairy production facility consisting of Renaissance Revival style industrial buildings designed by Theobald Engelhardt and built in 1967, and Strack is processing style buildings with secessionist details designed by Otto Strack and built in 1914. The application is to modify openings, install infill, remove the chimney stack, and allow the proposed building on the non-designated portion of the lot to cantilever over the landmark site.
Carolyn Passion, Preservation Staff. The subject property is located on the south side of Atlantic Avenue between Skank Avenue and Barber Street. So this property on the designated landmark site consists of an ensemble of buildings stretching along Atlantic Avenue, west to east. And these are part of a former dairy production complex, in which two of the earliest structures on the site were constructed as office and dwelling buildings in 1906-07. That's at the corner of Atlantic and State Avenue. And then the later four structures were built in 1914-15, going eastward along Atlantic Avenue and Garden Street. And this was part of the dairy, this was the dairy plant. So there are several components for your review today, and that will include new info at the ground floor storefront and freight openings, modifying existing window and door openings, removing the single stacks in here, and reviewing the proposed cantilever portions over the landmark site. It's part of a new building or the non-designated portion of the site, and that's to the south of the individual landmark. So Rick Azar and Dynamic Architects and the rest of the project team is here to present the history of this dairy complex and their proposal.
Thank you. Vice Chair, Commissioners, good morning. Rick Azar for the Empire Dairy Buildings at 2840 Atlantic Avenue. Located on the south side of Atlantic Avenue between Barbie and Skank Streets in Brooklyn's East New York neighborhood. In December 2017, the Landmarks Preservation Commission designated the Empire State Dairy Buildings an individual landmark, noting the building's very special architectural character, historic interest, and value as significant industrial buildings serving the dairy industry in New York City. Those buildings protected under this designation are along the Atlantic Avenue corridor. Additional buildings to the south on the same lot are not protected. And today we present for your consideration a program that includes modification and restoration of historic buildings as part of an overall adaptive reuse design in conjunction with new construction on adjacent non-protected lots that together will provide over 330 affordable housing units to this East New York community. Joining us here today are project architects John Wolfling, Principal at Dedner Architects, Mr. Stephen Frankel, Associate Principal at Dedner Architects, Affordable Housing Consultant Jack Heaney, Amit Mahalankar, our Structural Engineer, and for the developers, Bushburg Properties, Mr. Sheldon Lane, Principal Partner, and Joseph Milstein, Senior Project Coordinator. So with your permission, Mr. Lane would like to make some opening remarks. Sheldon?
Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to hear this proposal on the adaptive reuse of the dairy. I was asked to talk about why we're doing this project in East New York. It's an affordable project at current standing. It's going to be 100% affordable. We're trying to build housing for the community, affordable housing levels for the community. And there are a lot of, as you can tell, a lot of different components to this, and a lot of moving parts. Some of them more difficult than others. At the end of the day, we are on a limited budget due to the fact that it is an affordable project and there's a limitation to what the city does allow for that cost. That being said, a lot of the assumptions we took or were told at the beginning of this project have changed, or some of them have changed, I should say. For example, the entire landmark buildings need to be gutted inside. The entire structures are just too old and too decrepit to take the seismic load of the today's calls for. That being said, we need to shore the entire facades and pour new floor plates inside. To go along with that, we also have a brownfield here, which will cost a few $1 million to clean up. It's going to extensive cleanup of a contaminated site. We're looking to repurpose this, as I said, to affordable housing. And we ask that you help us do that. What we're asking is a few possible things that may be out of the norm for landmarks to accommodate a landmark building. We understand it might be a little bit of a stretch, but we also need to understand our perspective. And we're trying to build housing for the community. So these cantilevers that have been mentioned are on the facade of, I'm sure that the architect's going to delve into better than I am, on the facade of the building. They're not very noticeable in the books. If you look at page 26, I believe it is. Those cantilevers give us additional 24 bedrooms in these buildings, in this building, I should say. 24 bedrooms, additional, making 1 bedrooms into 2 bedrooms. Without those 24 bedrooms, we would lose 9 apartments in these buildings. 9 apartments means 9 less people have where to live. Aside from the fact that they put an increase on our budget of about $4.5 million. Those are the types of things that we're dealing with as we go forward. And we're doing our best to make this a beautiful building and repurpose it. It's been sitting dormant for a bunch of years, as I'm sure you all know. And basically the gist of it. I want to thank you for taking your time as public service in doing this. And have a great day, everybody.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Would the architect like to speak now?
Yes. We have some basic citing information that we're going to go through very quickly. Located at the corner of Atlantic Avenue and Shank Street is the first composition of these 2 compositions. Built by Theobald Engelhardt, completed in 1907 in the Renaissance Romanesque style, described as providing office and residence space, and completed in 1907, as we said. They have details that include a decorative bay along Skank Street, terracotta cornice and arched windows, brackets, keystones, and tympani at the 2nd story windows. Advances in technology, manufacturing, and sanitary regulations led to further expansion. In 1915, construction on the 2nd dairy plant annex composition along Atlantic Avenue was completed. Designed by Vienna native Otto Strag, and constructed as 4 separate buildings. These Atlantic Avenue elevations present themselves in unified abstract classicist design, with simple successionist details, the design reflecting what the LPC designation report calls a further evolution in industrial architecture towards more simplified but bolder forms of expression. Best examples of which here are most probably these 2 large 15 by 5 foot color terracotta mosaic panels of pastoral outline scenes set into protruding crowned piers. Produced by the American Encaustic Tile Company under the direction of Leon Solon, these panels, each made up of 68 individual tiles, are thought to be some of the largest Majolica installations made by that company. Separately, LPC Preservation has issued permits for selected interior and exterior probes, the purpose of which is to confirm presence of virgin fabric, structural conditions, and the condition of these terracotta panels. And the preliminary reports find them in very good condition. These panels flank another bold expression: 3 monumental metal multi-pane windows 3 stories high. Strike also successfully presents the 6 buildings as an ensemble. He did this by maintaining the horizontal lines at the parapet and at the 3rd floor sills for both compositions, and in extending the stone water table from his buildings onto the Atlantic Avenue base of the Engelhardt buildings. As is the case with the Engelhardt buildings, the Strike buildings exhibit insensitive masonry repair and brick infill at the base. Fortunately, both the Engelhardt and Strike buildings have non-protected contemporary buildings immediately to the south that will provide a base supply for salvage bricks. The non-original brick infill at the first floor of both buildings will be removed to allow for new windows and store for infill. And with that, I'd like to turn it over.
Before you do that, could you just show us again where those murals are?
Yes.
Are they in the exterior or in the?
No, they're at the exterior. There's one here and one
Oh, I
here.
see. Okay, got it.
Inside these piers right here. So you move the whole focal point of the building over to here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just state your name if you would for the record.
Sure. My name is John Wolfling from Dappen Architects. We're a firm that specializes in civic architecture, in adaptive reuse, and also affordable housing. So this is an ideal project for us, and we're really excited about it. I'd also like to point out, since there is some interest in these features, this used to be the entry for people to come in and see how the milk was produced. It was a public relations measure, so that the public could trust the product that was being produced here. So we think that's a very important part of not only the history of the project, but how we're going to move forward and how we're going to reuse that in our project. Okay, so I'd like to start with some of the context. So in addition to some of the complexities that Shalom mentioned, we also have some complex zoning here as well. The site has a zoning district boundary line that cuts across the middle of the site here. We also have an an enhanced commercial district that is overlaid onto the site, which has some restrictions to the ground floor. So this zoning district boundary line that I mentioned, this is a lower density R6A, and the part to the north is a denser R8A district. But as you can see, the landmark building is located in that R8A district. So we're essentially pinched. We have this tightened middle band in here where we can locate the majority of our floor area, which is one of the reasons for the cantilever we're jumping into a little bit. We've looked at this neighborhood not only for its current context and its current massing, but also what the future is going to look like. And we really see this project as a way to bridge what is currently there, the history of the neighborhood, and what will be built in the future. And we really think that this site is going to stand out for its lack of volume on Atlantic Avenue. It's going to be a significant identifier along Atlantic Avenue because of its lack of volume where the landmark structure is currently. So as part of this design process, we've engaged with the community, with Community Board 5, and also with the preservationists. Our program for the building is at the ground floor. You can see on the far left-hand side. The majority of it is going to be commercial, some sort of commercial or maybe community facility like a charter school, and also another community facility out here on the lower left-hand side, whether it's retail or community facility on the rest of the ground floor. The second floor and up is all residential, all affordable residential housing units. 335 apartments, a combination of studios, 1s, 2s, and 3s. You can see we are proposing to put residential uses in the second and third floor of the landmark building. And then once the building extends above the landmark building, this is the footprint of the new building. And then once we get above the R6A height limits, the building converts into a U shape here. We have two residential cores, one here, one here. The main entrance for the residential is on the side street as opposed to Atlantic Avenue. And here's our grand entrance that will either serve as the entrance for a charter school or a retail component. It's both going to be egress and ingress for whatever that ground floor is. These are a series of sections that look through the building to the north. They're a little complicated, but one of the things that we wanted to show here was this complex series of slabs. For whatever reason, when this building was originally built, it made sense to have these different floor levels. For our purposes, it does not make sense. We are proposing to remove all of these floors, not only for consistency in the residential layouts, but also to upgrade the building seismically. The seismic requirements of today's codes are very different than when this was originally built. So we need to basically take out all of the bearing walls, all the floor slabs, even the cellar slab, just to get to the footings in order to make the upgrades that are necessary. So it's going to be a very extensive removals program for the building. But you can also see here our grand entry lobby that we're going to be retaining, these large bay windows that we want to restore or replicate, similar sections. So one of the, our restorative program, each one of our measures is going to be put into kind of three different buckets, one of three different buckets. One is to restore back to the original condition, and we're doing that in multiple places. One is to make selective adjustments so that the whole project can hang together a little bit better. There's some legacy kind of quirkiness things here in the building that we want to either retain, some things that we want to adjust back to what we really feel is the original intent. And also adjustments where we feel, adjustments to make the building's new program work for light and air and ADA accessibility to windows. So one of the examples of kind of bringing back some of the original intent, for whatever reason, this parapet was lowered and modified. We're proposing to replicate the original parapet that you see on page 5 of the booklet that shows up in the drawings and the original images. But we're also proposing to do something like, we're proposing to take down this odd parapet extension that was included at some point. So we're looking to adjust that and make it more cohesive and hang together a little bit better. We're also looking to do some adjustments to these windows here, which are different than what you see in the original images on page 5, but they make the residential program work for light and air and accessibility for the windows. An example of something that we're leaving as a kind of a legacy quirkiness is this window right here. So you can see we're not, even though there would be a logic to continuing this fenestration pattern across to match the second and third floors, we're not proposing to do that there because it's not needed for the program. The other examples I mentioned for the residential program, these windows over here, there is a large opening here. We don't know why it's there, but it has something to do with the industrial use of the building, but we are reverting that to what was really the original fenestration pattern that was shown on that page 5 in the drawing. Here we're making adjustments to these windows, as you can see, when compared to the original design, but that's really to make the new program work. We're also proposing to adjust these large windows. When you go back to look at the original, you can see these windows do not come down to the ground floor, but we're proposing to do that so that we can create new entrances and exits into this grand hall. The existing floor slabs are also at the ground floor are all over the place and don't even come down to the sidewalk level. They really come across here. So in addition to us lowering the floor slab, we're proposing to lower these windows and bring things down to the sidewalk level. We're also proposing to alter the storefronts in these areas and do different types of alterations, different styles of storefronts. Here we're going to be much more replicative of the original storefront design, which you can also see here on the skank side. And then the balance of what we're doing on this facade is much more restorative, bringing back the, replacing the windows, making brick repair, things like that. On the Barbie side of the building, we are proposing to infill these, what used to be loading bays. We're proposing to infill those with storefront that's much more in keeping with the fenestration that you see along this side of the building, much more industrial, divided lights. So that's another kind of, we are trying to retain some of that legacy quirkiness that I mentioned by having these different storefronts, but we really feel that's appropriate to the evolution that has happened here at this site. That's one of the things that we find really interesting is how these buildings have evolved over time, how they were built, even though it was only a short period of time between the original Engelhart buildings and the Strack additions, the architectural styles really evolved, and we are trying to be respectful of that. The south wall of the landmark building is kind of a hodgepodge. And in the end, you're actually not going to see much of it from the street. And with the seismic upgrades that we're going to have to do to the building, we really are not sure if this south facade here is going to really be retained. It may just, the extent of remediation or the extent of seismic upgrades might mean that the whole thing has to be rebuilt. And if we do that, we would alter these windows to be much more normal and work much better with the residential program behind them.
So it's what you're showing there.
That's what's currently there, and we would adapt that to, this is an adaptation of what's currently there. So the windows are kind of all over the place.
You're suggesting that there could be structural issues that...
We're pretty confident that the structural issues, we know that we have to completely gut the interior slabs, shear
I
walls.
understood that, but the windows, they have to change, is that right?
Well, I think if we have to change this facade, we would normalize these windows and make them, why would we order a couple of these small windows when you might be able to make that a much larger window and be much more suitable for the apartment?
And are you saying that the brick wall itself may have to...
The brick wall itself may have to come down, correct. So I could have said that much easier. One of the major elements that we're showing in our design presentation is the chimney. The chimney has some stability issues. There's significant lean in the upper third and some cracking that's happening down here. Our intention, our hope is that we can retain it. But there's some complexities to that. We have not figured out how that will work. But we do think the project can work with or without it, but we would like to retain it. These are also photos that are showing some of the ongoing abatement that's going on right now. There's some really interesting details that we're finding. Like this, I think this is showing the existing wood part of the building that is another reason why we have to take out that part of the building, because it's combustible construction will eliminate the building without combustible. So the demolition is subject to whether a permit has been approved, correct? So that's, needless to say, we're going to be doing very careful demolition. So here's where you start to see the project come together as a complete composition. We, as part of our design policy, we think it's important that we recognize that this building, the historical building, has evolved over time and was really a continuum. And we really see our building as the 7th building on the site. And that's, we didn't want to try to replicate the historic fabric. We wanted to make something that was of its time and of its use, and be sympathetic in a way that picks up on color and proportions, and recognizes this, the idea of a base. So the existing buildings create a base that is brought across and then steps back up. But for us, this is a key kind of massing move, is to relate the two buildings with that continuous base. The color that you see here in the brick is picking up on the darker tone of the brick of the Strack building. You can show that in a few more images. But we also see the idea of this monumental window grouping that is picking up on what's going on. You can also see how the zoning has really informed our design. This idea of the stepping, the R8 district line is basically right here, and the R6 is on the south side of that. So we're using dormers as a way to soften that transition between the lower scale R6A and the more dense R8A. So we're doing this idea of the stepping to come up and terrace up to the height of the height of the 14-story permitted height of the building. We're also capping the building with these metal perforated screens that are to seal HVAC equipment. And the setback material is a lighter fiber cement rain screen. And it's really part of our massing concept, which I'll talk about a little bit more. These next series of slides are pairings of what the proposed building is going to look like with the existing building and the proposed restoration project. For me, this is one of the key slides in the presentation because it shows the significant difference. And And what I think is going to be the tremendous benefit of this project to the neighborhood, we're going to take a facade that is closed and inactive, and we're going to make something that is much more enlivened. We're going to bring street life or activity back to the street wall. It's just, it's one of the elements of the project that makes me really excited about what we can do with this neighborhood. So here you start to see everything kind of come together. Another thing that's really important about this, and Shalom mentioned the cantilevers, and at this vantage point across Atlantic Avenue, you don't even really perceive the cantilevers. But there are places where you do see them. Along the side streets, you will see them. But again, you can see how much of a difference opening up the storefronts is really going to make to this to the street life in New York City on all Atlantic Avenue. Here you start to get a better sense of how these two materials are going to work together and how this softening and the stepping of the facade is going to work. Another reason for us doing the cantilever, in addition to, well, one of the main reasons for us doing the cantilever is to maximize our affordable floor area, affordable housing floor area. I mentioned earlier that we had that tightened band in which to put a lot of our massing. For us to fully use all the floor area, we have to push out a little bit because it's a 10-foot cantilever, and it allows us, as Shalom said, to have 24 more bedrooms and house that many more people in the building. But it also is something that we've worked into our massing. You can see how the lighter rain screen and the brick kind of work together. This is, I think, a way for us to soften that transition between the lower scale landmark building and the 14-story building. The idea of having a sheer face, just like an abrupt stop, seemed very insensitive and an indelicate way to meet the landmark building. What we're doing here with this cantilever is making that a much more dynamic and much more interesting visual transition between the new building and the landmark building. On the Skank side of the building, you can see how we are respecting the parapets and the cornice as it comes around. We're also stepping the building back so that there is this relief between the existing building and the new building. I also want to point out, coming back to this slide, you can see here where our brick selection, we're not trying to match the existing building, or these are the existing buildings. There's actually two different brick colors here. So which one would we even try to match? It's kind of like one of those unanswerable questions. But what we are trying to do is pick up on the warmth, kind of the darker warmth in the Strack building, and replicate that in our new building with a blend. So we would have a blend that would be sympathetic and picking up on the warm, earthy tones of the Strack building. And the rest of the booklet is really just our restorative program, our brick replacement, window replacement, which I'm not going to get into detail.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions? I have a question first of our council. Mark, can you remind us what our responsibilities are in terms of commenting on the proposed new building, which is off the property of the designation?
Sure. In the most technical sense, the only thing in the new building under your consideration is the cantilever. But the cantilever, none of the design of the new building would be before you. I think that, so that's it. And I just also want to remind everybody that issues about affordable housing and issues about the cost, those are issues that are very real to the applicant. They're not things that we can explicitly consider here when we're determining appropriateness. That's just a reminder.
All right. Are there other questions? Yes.
You had a structural assessment done on the building, and that's why you're aware of the seismic.
We have our structural engineer who has the technical questions, but yes, I've done it.
Why then are you hedging about the condition of the chimney?
The extent of the structural analysis has not gone into the chimney with a great degree of detail. We looked more at the superstructure of the landmark building, but have not gone into the chimney. We can see that it's
Part of the landmark building.
we can see that it's listed, but what it would take to actually either rebuild it, to do the abatements, we're not quite sure. That's something that will be investigated.
Any questions? Yes, Michael.
Did you ever explore building on top of the landmark for some portion?
We did. And even though it has some significant advantages, like being able to eliminate the need for a site safety engineer, which is a significant cost, it was something that we probably couldn't bring to this thing.
Any other questions? No, we'll go to testimony. Public testimony, Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. East New York is frankly a neighborhood under siege. When this administration unleashed the development potential within the area throughout the recent rezoning, numerous historic properties were placed in imminent danger, if only from the indirect effects of the sudden land rush. Despite surveys identifying numerous potential landmarks, East New York had only one landmark designated during the rezoning process, this one. This building truly has no equal. It is the only one of its kind, as its colorful facade fans was commissioned specifically for this edifice. HDC asks that LPC deeply examine the proposal before you today in the context of this building's rarity as an ornamental factory and the scarcity of landmarks in this particular section of Brooklyn. The Empire State Dairy deserves nothing less than a first-class restoration prior to any further development. Contrary to the applicant's purporting of a restoration, there are several troublesome aspects of the restorative work. One cannot propose restoration work without describing materials, and there's no information about the materiality of the windows, storefronts, or the original Empire Company signage. Although the drawings read restore original parapet, the proposed pediment is not the original at all. Tax photos in the packet, as well as the original architect's shop drawings, clearly show a pediment with a clock, its flanking piers terminating in pyramids. This proposal leaves the pediment clockless and retains the lopped-off appearance of the piers. This landmark deserves better. As this building moves into its new identity as a residence, its defining industrial features must be preserved and remain legible. Specifically, the chimney must be retained at all costs, as it signifies this building's history and identity as a factory building. The new construction's proximity to the chimney is far too close and recalls the visual disjunction and discomfort of building closely to a church steeple. The enormous difference in scales between the landmark and the proposed construction is quite severe and is exacerbated by the choice of cantilevers, which unnecessarily impinge on the landmark building. Cantilevers of this nature are seldom successful on most historic sites, as they visually shift attention away from the historic building and towards the looming threatening bulk precariously perched above it. As a circus act, such tension is thrilling, but as architecture, it's unsettling. The massing should step away from the landmark, not hover over it, and any cantilever here is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Christabel Broad.
Christabel Broad for the Society for the Architecture of the City. This landmark is dear to the hearts of many in East New York, and we recall that the rezoning, which made the proposed possible, was opposed by Community Board 5 Brooklyn and by Councilmember Inez Barron. Explaining her vote, she noted that the housing proposed would be financially out of reach for her constituents and could lead to displacement. However, we trust the massing here will be considered from an aesthetic viewpoint, apart from any social engineering aspects of the proposal. Although the new building is mostly off-site, it requires access through the landmark. Now, I'm terribly sorry to say that here again I have to question wisdom of your counsel. Have you considered the 67 Vestry Tenants Association versus the City of New York decision, which goes way back, and the Vestry tenants lost because the commission was regulating a building which was off-site, which was not a designated site, but because of the connection between the two buildings and the fact that it was one project, the court found that Vestry tenants were wrong to say that the LPC could not regulate the mass. And I wish everybody would look at that again. I don't believe we appealed. Okay. Concern for the compatibility with the landmark, if there had been any, would have dictated a different massing. Now, again, the presentation materials did not make clear zoning situation, the R8 and the R6, which may have caused us to say some things that were a little harsher. However, reorganizing massing is always a possibility, and I think it should be explored. The bulk of the building is placed directly behind the dairy building with the cantilever protrusions overhanging it. We agree with an earlier, stronger, pre-Giuliani administration LPC, which denied a cantilever over a landmark and won at the level of the Supreme Court of the United States in the case of St. Bartholomew's Church versus the City of New York. Well, the front of the new building looms. In the back, we see setbacks. Now, we understand not why that is, but whether it could be rearranged so that there would be more breathing space between the building and the new building. I think that needs to be explored. In similar domestic renovations, the LPC often asks for the addition to be perceived as subservient to the landmark. That principle could be useful if it were applied more widely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Zumolina. Can't read your last name, I'm sorry.
Ben. Just like the word. Zumolina then representing Preservers New York. As the only property that was designated out of the 14 total buildings that were deemed landmark worthy by the Landmarks Preservation Commission, we, the East New York community, feel very protective of the Empire State Dairy Complex, holding it as one of our most prized possessions that we were able to protect from the city's controversial rezoning plan. We recognize that the new plans will help give new life to the site by turning it into a mixed-use residential commercial development. And we commend such vision, but we're concerned about the design decisions as the development of this site presents a major, unique opportunity. An opportunity to embrace the history of East New York, marry its present through thoughtful collaboration, and set the tone for its future with a design that can serve as a stellar example of future development along the Atlantic Avenue corridor. This new project will set a precedent for how housing developments should look like in our area and how it should also be integrated within its existing surroundings. We propose that this building be designed to harmonize with the surrounding buildings while retaining a contemporary feel that reflects the era in which it's being built, with the following suggestions. 1, the iconic chimney should remain and shall not be blocked by the new building. Along with the iconic tile mural panels located on the facade of the building, the chimney also contributes to its iconic style. It serves as a visual reminder of the industry and commerce that once took place in East New York. The cantilevers in the proposed design would block and overshadow this element and create a visual tension between the landmark and the newer development. Also, since there's concern about the amount of money that is being used to restore, based on our engineer's experience, it is much more economic to maintain the chimney. And
being that the chimney is still there, it suggests that there's structural integrity to it. So it's much cheaper to keep it than to demolish it and cause any environmental impact. The second item, the new building should not cantilever over the landmark buildings. The massing of the new building already overwhelms the landmark structures. With its grand scale and cantilevering over them worsens its presence of over-empowerment on the site. This design gesture disrespects the existing structures. Therefore, the new structure should step away and not hover over the landmark buildings. The brick color should reflect the tone of the existing landmark buildings. The color brick has no relationship to the immediate surrounding. It reflects the color of new developments constructed in gentrified neighborhoods, where no effort is made to harmonize with the existing surroundings. Proposing a stark contrast in stonework and color for the new structure is jarring, but selecting a color that reflects the tone of the landmark buildings will create a visual relationship where the old and new structures can coexist. Lastly, the parapet restoration. Fully restoring the parapet to its original glory, including the installation of the clock, will heighten the restoration work of the complex. We encourage Fenimore to revisit the current design so that it is more welcoming and contextually responsive, with understanding and incorporating the history, identity, and needs of East New Yorkers in the design. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify? Committee Board 5 in Brooklyn did not vote on the item because of a lack of a quorum, unfortunately. LPC has received a letter in opposition to the proposal from the New York Landmarks Conservancy, as well as a letter of recommendations from John Drury asking that the applicant, one, restore the missing elements from the roof line of both structures, 2, eliminate the tower's cantilevers and step back the towers from the landmark site, 3, work on a better restoration of the historic wood storefront, and 4, retain the cast stone sills at the bottom of the long vertical steel windows in the central section of the 1919 building. Would you like to respond to any or all of the comments that you've made?
There's a lot there. One of the comments that said there's no detail on the historic restoration program. We do have pages that describe that. But we know this is a process that we will be going through. That's for evaluation of the monkey size. So we didn't feel like getting into that level of detail was appropriate. I do think that we are being sympathetic to the landmark building, in that we are picking up some of the colors, as I said earlier, the colors and the proportion. I think matching brick is a very difficult thing to do. One of the things that we want this building to stand on its own. We don't want it to be a complete replication of the landmark structures. So picking up on the warmth and the color and the range of the brick, I think is the right approach.
But since that's not directly before us, could you focus maybe your comments a little bit more, because they were in response to the testimony on the cantilevers?
So the cantilevers are, I think this is probably one of the best images to illustrate how we have used the cantilevers to soften the transition. Imagine this being one flat surface. To me, that would be a very severe transition that would, in effect, be, I think, more disrespectful to the landmark building. To be just much more of a full stop, a 14-story full stop that would, I think, loom much larger than the way that we have articulated it and use the zoning, which allows us to place dormers in this area, and having the setback here. So I do strongly feel that our modulating of those surfaces is a more successful way to transition from.
You just pointed out the dormers.
The dormers are these extensions. And they're probably better. So this height right here is the maximum base height. We are allowed to extend up for a certain portion of the facade, this is a zoning mechanism that you can use to extend above. It's a permitted obstruction within the setback of the maximum.
Keep this if you would.
Okay, sure.
Instead of the other.
Okay, so we are using dormers to come up here and soften this transition and have more of a step transition. The surface plate we're doing here and the material change, I think, is a much more successful way than having this, large surface, just as I said earlier, a full stop, butting up to the landmark building. This surface play, I think, is much more successful than having that large surface that just stops.
Okay. Okay. Any other response? Do you have a question? Would you like more of a response?
Well, several people have mentioned the fact that the positioning, that based on the massing of the buildings, the chimney is kind of not that visible. And is that something that you consider in your design?
Well, I wouldn't propose moving the chimney. I think that the chimney would be. But in order for us to use the floor area that we want to use here to make as much affordable housing as possible, this is where we need to be locating that max. I think, it may not be part of your purview, but when Atlantic Avenue has been much more fully developed, but this is part of our rationale. This chimney is going to be visible as well as it can be from Atlantic Avenue. As the buildings get larger along Atlantic Avenue, it's going to get hidden, concealed by the adjacent buildings, no matter what. There's no way to avoid that. So the chimney is where it is. We're trying to incorporate it into the design if we can, and that's.
I have a further question about the cantilevers. I follow and agree with your approach of the modulation of a sheer wall. But of course, the whole thing could be eliminated by pushing everything back, the same design, everything back,
And then we
by 10 feet. And my question is, I know your answer is to use all that square footage. Is there no place, zero place other on this zoning envelope where you can pick up any floor area?
The answer is yes, there is no place else to put it. Or we would have put it there. I want to go back and answer one other question. There was a comment about the clock. The clock was never built. The clock is shown on some of the original drawings, but the clock was never built. So to restore that, it doesn't necessarily make sense.
Question, Mark. Can you elaborate on Christabel's comment about the lawsuit?
So the case that Christabel is referring to is a singular case in the early 90s where the commission took the position that at the express request of applicants, the community, to take jurisdiction over a new building off the landmark site because they were connected to each other. And the commission, it's the only time it's ever done it, took jurisdiction, was then approved the building. The community didn't like the building and sued them, claiming that they shouldn't have taken jurisdiction and they shouldn't have done a lot of different things. The court found that in this case the commission could exercise jurisdiction because it was one building in their view. That was the argument made. Commission has never followed that precedent in any case since then, and has recognized that all that would have been required for the sponsor in that case would be to sort of put mechanical equipment in a different part of the building and two entrances and things like this. So it didn't seem like a rational basis to move forward. The commission's never followed that one precedent, which is a lower court precedent, since that time. So the commission has consistently looked at this and said buildings off the landmark site, even if they're connected and integrated, are off the landmark site, and we're not going to regulate the design, things off the landmark site.
Thank you. Good. Are there other thoughts or questions that we would like the applicant to respond to? Yes.
In looking at your profile of the original building, if you can go back one drawing, 24, you see that notch there on the parapet. I understand you need to, no, the right hand one, further right there. If you look at the thing, is it me or that I'm getting to think that this is very too much of sanitized version of trying to keep it clean, trying to make it uniform? And if you look back on the 26, 126 or 7, you used to have lintels on the top of the windows there. I'm wondering, the one in the middle of it, right there. I don't see that in a new restored rendering on the 27th, for example. If you go back one, for example. These are gone. And I think that if you, I mean, it could be just me, I get a sense that, you know, to me, yeah, why, was there a need to totally lock off that notch because it's part of the historic distinct profile, and then whether the lintel could be still retained in the neighborhood?
So I'll answer your two questions. Thank you for those. This brick that you see here is, as Rick called out, insensitive brick replacement. So we do believe that there are soldier courses here. And if this doesn't show precise coursing, you do kind of get a hint of it in here, but we would have soldier coursing in here. So we would retain that existing brick coursing at that portion of the building.
So they were not actual lintels, they were infill?
I believe they were steel lintels, but they were done as insensitive replacements at some point. And you can see that also.
Looking at there is badly colored brick.
Exactly. And you can see it here. You see it all over. So our restorative program is really to address all of it. Your question about the parapet height here, I think if you go back, I'm going to go back to slide 25, or sorry, slide 5. Because this has some of the key images that we have used in our presentation. So I think you can see from this original drawing, you know, these are some water tanks in the background. The original intent was really to have that matching parapet across these two buildings. So our proposal is to do that, to return to that. And I realize that takes some judgment. That's a judgment call on our part about what's going to look best. But as I said, one of our three ideals to make this project work with the restorative program, this is one of those discretionary decisions where we think the project hangs together better with the lowering of that parapet.
Could you go back to the page 5 that you get to show the profile on the upper right?
Yes.
You see on the upper right-hand corner, see there's a notch there.
In your idea.
Yeah.
So again, as I said, this is a judgment call. We think it looks better to have that consistent parapet. When in some of the photographs that I showed with the chimney and the existing basement work that's going on, you can see that there was an extension attached. At some point, they added brick to that parapet. So it's hard to say what exactly happened there, but we do think that the project will look better with this condition built as opposed to this condition.
Okay. What about the two piers that are right by the Empire State?
These pieces here?
Yeah.
So
can you describe your work that you're proposing to do for those two piers?
Yep. We are intending to build them back much like this. We're going to do a parapet that is of this shape, a pediment that's of that shape. But I don't know if this is exactly, this is a pot there though.
There's something circular and shiny.
Right, there is something circular and shiny there. Whether that's actually a clock or not is a good question.
There's also a pediment on the last pier of the second pier, where it butts the old building. appears in the 1940 cap flat photo against that raised character that we were talking about.
You mean that right there?
If you look at the elevations.
I'm not sure about that. We didn't see a chimney.
Go to the existing picture. Go to the existing picture. Go to the existing picture.
That's not apparent here.
You go to page 5. So you got it on the drawing, on the last picture on the far right of the
It doesn't seem to be showing up, at least here. These are elements in the background.
The next building, the adjacent building. Right there, right there.
Right.
It appears to be in the tax budget.
Right. You're leaving with the existing condition, which shows that shorn of its original retail.
Well,
As it is now.
This drawing is it's an imperfect source, I want to say that. There are things that were not built for this drawing. And if this is something of importance, then we can look at that further.
It looks as if it was a planned transition by the architect that was either changed or never built. I guess it would be interesting to know if it were built.
So, okay, our, last question. Yeah, in terms of the pediment in the center of the Empire State area, I presume the brickwork will be the original brick, right?
We will try with the other buildings that are being demolished to salvage brick that we can use there. We're not quite sure how close to the match it is until we get demolition done and match them up. But the intent is, yes, to match the existing.
And none of that signage is remaining.
There is vestigial pieces of it, and it's probably more paint than anything else. It's hard to say until you get up there. It's probably the best, but it's.
Commissioner said that the signage, I believe, the Empire signage was removed sometime in the 20s, and Borden took over the plans and put their own signs up, so it may be that any of those remnants are actually from that later period signage, not the original, but I believe the applicant's intent is to bring back something that recalls signage.
The original signage. Did I hear you say that?
Yeah.
I think that's important because it completes the story of the two fabulous murals. And without those, it's kind of lost on what the building is or about. I have one further question, if you could respond to this bullet point by the, I think it's John Deere's letter. I retain the cast stone sills at the bottom of the long vertical steel windows in the central section of the 1919 building. What is that?
I think that's referring to this cast stone sills that are here. So one of the things that is a challenge about this building is the existing floor slabs. And I'm not going to skip back, but trust me when I say that the floor slab is like right in here, which doesn't work for our new program. So we are lowering the floor slab at the ground floor, and so lowering these seems like a natural thing to do.
Sure. Would you put that drawing again up?
Of the floor slabs?
No, just the proposed elevation.
Oh, sure. There's the floor slabs. So you can see this is where the floor slab is now on the left side.
There, right. So you're bringing all three down.
All three down. And that's, we may not need all three, but since we don't know what the program is going to be in there, it might be a school, this might be one of the main ways out for the school occupancy. So we might need all three entrances. annexes.
And remind us where the entrance to the residential building
It
is?
is around the corner on
It's off.
Barbie. Yeah, so it's right here. So this is Barbie Street, New Building, Stank Avenue, yes.
In the new building, off the landmark side. Okay, any other questions? If not, we'll ask for a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Hearing is closed. Thank you very much. All right, commissioners, want to chew on? All right, Michael?
Well, this certainly raises a lot of very interesting issues. I think the first issue that it raises for me is the challenge of designating buildings. When we designated this, as we had with many other buildings, we made a choice about splitting the site, designating a portion and not designating another. Here, the ramifications of that choice are becoming manifest. I personally would suggest that it is thinking about this, that I would personally feel that when we designate individual buildings, and we are going to be subject to development, that a better way to go is to suggest that the entire site remains designated, but particular aspects of the site are indicated as not necessarily contributing to the designation, as we have done with the AT&T building, where I think none would say that we precluded modification to the property, but we did so in a way that preserved the ability to retain harmony between the new structure and the existing. And I know that that's easy for me to say, sitting here without negotiating with building owners and stuff, but I'm doing it anyway. It occurs to me that this is an unfortunate juxtaposition where I think the applicants really made a very noble presentation, but I really don't think that had I not heard that presentation, that I would feel that this particular design was rather compatible at all with the landmark. It shares many qualities with other development projects that I'm aware of. It's not an unattractive building in and of itself, but I don't think that it relates to, seeks to interact with, seeks to harmonize with the landmark to which it is attached in any significant way. I think that the form of the building, the materials, the fenestration have little to nothing to do with the historic building. But that's not our topic. Our topic is the cantilever and the existing building. I personally don't think, I mean, we approved a cantilever building here last week, a rather different one. They were, I remember when they were considered a rather controversial thing, they still are somewhat. I don't think that these particularly enhance the landmark at all. I would much rather have seen the applicant take that floor area, put it on a setback rooftop addition. That would have been discreet and deferent to the building, as opposed to something that looms over it and aggressively kind of interacts with it visually. I personally don't think that it's the right solution. I think that the restorative program is well-intentioned, but I think that the staff should work aggressively with the applicant to look at the details and, as Wellington suggested, avoid unnecessary tidying. The building is old. It should look old. It shouldn't look brand spanking new, perfect. I think the entry dropping of the windows is acceptable, but I don't think that cutting the 3 sets of doors should be done at this time. I take the same view that we looked at last week with the Richard Rogers building. the Otis building, that if they need it, let them come back, but I think we should at this time be more conservative and stick with the one opening in the center. I don't think we can require an applicant to do restoration positively that they can choose to do, but I think that looking at that end pier to the right, as I mentioned, between the old building and the new one, if there is evidence that the staff can identify that there were modifications to earlier fabric that indicated that kind of crowning element of cornice was really there, that if that can be restored, it should be. That's it.
Thank you. Other comments?
I'm in agreement with everything that my colleague has said. For me, the cantilevers are non-starter. I think they aggressively cover over the other thing that gives me a bit of pause, again, as I mentioned, is the sort of hazy attitude toward the chimney. I think the chimney needs to stay, it needs to be restored. It's part of the industrial character of this building, and it needs to stay. And again, everything that Michael has said were the notes that I have.
Yes, Ken.
I too agree with Michael and the other Michael, but about the chimney and some restoration work, though I think the front facade of the main building is restoration work, but on the side building, in that little parapet decorative turret or whatever it is on the last bay, I'd like to see if that comes back. And somehow there was a medallion above Empire State Dairy. There was something there. It was not a clock. There was a medallion in that picture. There was a circular element there somewhere, which I don't think is that unusual exactly. But I'm not saying if it was a clock, but there was something there. There was some decoration there. I want to maintain the chimney, but is there some way to separate, a little more separation from the building? Since they did the dormer on one side, can they take a bay back a little, 5 feet or something, just to give the chimney some separation? Since it's being hemmed in by the building there, I think it's almost touching. It's very close.
It's one who's away.
Well, yeah, in a way. And
For the reason it stays up, though.
I'm not sure about that. But the brick on the new building I'm worried about, that seems not to coordinate, match, or contrast well with the existing buildings. If they're going to make the existing buildings that light. I don't know if the brick work is actually working together, but cantilever I can kind of see in a way, but I think it wouldn't be as low as it is. We could take a story off the cantilever from the bottom and move it up so that you see it more, but it's still lighter and you're giving a little more space to the building. We could take a couple of stories off the pictures. Otherwise, I think the restoration is a little better on the floor buildings, especially those around the corner.
Thank you.
I'm not going to repeat what others have said. I agree with the Michaels. The only comment I would add is that to emphasize Commissioner Devonshire's comment about haziness. The haziness of the treatment of the chimney, as well as the haziness of the treatment of the rear facade that faces the corridor. I felt very uncomfortable with the notion that when it's, you think when you touch it, it's going to come down, and we'll be replacing the whole thing. There's a lot of haziness in this, and for come this far without really knowing what's going to happen to that building and what it's touched.
Would you like to add? I agree with most of the comments, except I have personally less issue with the cantilever. As been said, we approved a cantilever last week, and I think the design in this case of the stepping back, especially on page 25, the volumetric planning and I sort of bought into the applicant architect's statement about, if you're going to make a bland straight up facade where the two buildings intersect, this sort of is a way to mitigate the verticality of it. So I personally, on the cantilever-ish portion, I have this issue there. Same last issue, could you approve it as it is? I put up as that. Jean?
So I agree with, let me just say two parties here. But to the extent that this is an important building, and to the extent that the applicant can do, I agree with most of the comments that both of the Michaels made, and to the extent that the original character and materials of the building can be preserved, design, I think we should do it. The chimney is important. I think it should be looked at structurally to see what the condition is, and I think the applicant should try to make sure it can be shorn up. I also don't have a problem on the other fronts with the cantilever.
It's okay.
I think it's okay, and I do agree that the building could look a little harsh in contrast without it. I don't have a problem with the materials either. I don't really see the need for them to match. And in fact, we don't have control over it. So I'm just giving my opinion.
Sure, I understand.
And I think also my opinion is that, this is a very, sorry Mark, attractive affordable housing. And it's really important to me that affordable housing be developed in a way where it has the same integrity as market rate housing, and that, the people who are going to live in it have worthy residences. So, I know this is not within our purview. I just wanted to make that known.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, and skip, please, sorry.
Well, I've been struggling with the cantilever, but I think I can find it appropriate, given the muscularity of the original building. I think it would be better if it could be a little bit shallower, not as deep a cantilever. But I think that the existing building can support it. And I definitely agree that the chimney needs to be maintained, as well as the other original details as well as can be.
The fact that there is going to be retail and amenities in the building is very, very important. Not only for the residents who are going to be living here, but for the community at large. Oftentimes, neighborhoods such as this one are underserved. So, to the extent that the applicants can I'm assuming that the applicant is, evaluating what the best uses are here and trying to fit in as many valuable uses for the community as possible.
Thank you.
Again, it's just, regular use, not regular use.
Okay, thank you all for your comments. Let me just add a couple of my own thoughts so that when you come back, because it's clear we'll be coming back, I agree with many of the comments that we state them all, particularly with regard to the restoration of the building. I think in many ways it's a very good job. I think that was stated. Many very positive and wonderful things about it. Yes, a little bit to cleaning up. Yes, a little bit more careful looking at things that might still be on the building that maybe should be retained. We're working with staff, we can do that pretty easily. But in terms of support for the 3 or the 1 door in the middle, I suppose I could go with 3, but if 1 is where we're coming down and the 2 others later as needed, I think that's a reasonable approach. The doors, the large doors that you see here, retaining those openings, not trying to restore it to something else, seems to me to be very sensible. Letting the building show its evolving character over time makes sense to me. Working on the parapet, as we've already said, more closely with staff. It seems like it's more or less there, but maybe that medallion / clock, whatever it is, could be added. With regard to the cantilever, I also find myself sometimes at odds with people regarding the appropriateness of juxtapositions within our cityscape and often those juxtapositions with regard to landmarks. To me, I find it exciting, actually. And not, I don't require an over-reverential stepping back and that sort of thing. I know I'm at odds with many people when I say that. So I've looked at these cantilevers a lot. I've often today thought about, could it be raised up the floor? I'm not sure that improves it. I think it might make it, the proportions a little more strange. Of course, we could still articulate that building in the way that you want by making the cantilever, not a cantilever, but a 1 foot change of material and still achieve that lack of a shear wall. That's a design issue. But I think I'm okay with the cantilever as well. I don't know where that's, I haven't counted up the cantilever, no cantilever here, but I think it's kind of a split. I will let you all talk to our wonderful staff about trying to interpret these many different comments, some of which are not consistent with each other. But that's what they're so good at doing. So anyway, with those thoughts, I want to leave you with, I think many of us are very impressed with this. I do think Michael Goldblum's initial comment is worth all of us thinking about. Had this whole site been designated as the AT&T site was, we would be in a much different position in terms of suggesting thoughts about your building, but that's not before us now. But I think it's worthy of conversation among the commission going forward when we do make these designations. And we maybe caveat properly that just getting a designation with owner consent, that's not quite the word I'm looking for, but with buy-in by the owner is not unimportant. And sometimes we have to do what we have to do to get parts of it designated. And I think that's what happened here. In any event, you've heard us, and I think working with our staff, you can come back with some alterations to the scheme, but not major ones. And I think we'll look forward to having you back as soon as you're ready. Thank you very much for a full presentation.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, Commissioners, we're going to move on to item number 4. This is LPC 19-30432, an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Oakland, Block 5038, Block 79, 203 Fenimore Street, in Prospect, Upper Gardens, Historic District. Fenimore Revival style house designed by Maxwell Hedman and built in 1906. The application is to legalize the installation of vinyl siding and windows in non-compliance with LPC permits.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michelle Barron, Preservation Staff. This application is for work at 203 Fenimore Street, which is located on the north side of Fenimore Street between Rogers and Bedford Avenues in the Prospect Upper Gardens Historic District. So the proposal before you today is to legalize the installation of vinyl siding and windows in non-compliance with Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. The second and third floors of the house were destroyed by a fire in 2016. A permit was subsequently issued in June 2017, approving the reconstruction of the second and third floors, installing cedar shake siding, replacing wood elements of the porch, installing new wood windows, and replacing the remaining existing windows with new wood windows. So 203 Fenimore Street is a freestanding wood frame house, one of several in the historic district, which contains a variety of house types, including freestanding houses, row houses, and twins. On the left is the 1940s tax photo, which shows the historic conditions of this house, which was built in 1906. On the right is the designation photograph. As you can see, by the time of designation, the house had been altered, featuring a change in the configuration of the front porch and the installation of asbestos siding and asphalt roof shingles. Here you can see the fire damage, as well as vinyl siding installed at the home at some point in its history. These photos show the conditions following the reconstruction of the second and third floors. 1/1 vinyl windows were installed, and a combination of simulated shake and clapboard vinyl siding clad the facades. So the simulated shake on the facade and clapboard on the sides. Here are just some additional photos of the existing conditions. This slide shows an image captured from Google Street View depicting the house prior to the fire early 2012. Comparison between the designation photo and current conditions. Lastly, I'm just going to take you through a few slides of other freestanding houses nearby for context. This is neighboring 245 Fenimore Street. Just to note that this property also has an outstanding violation for the installation of vinyl siding. 200 Fenimore Street, which is across the street, is actually outside the historic district, the southern boundary of which is the north side of Fenimore Street. And these houses are a mix of houses in the historic district and neighboring houses outside of it. To give you an idea of the varying conditions on this block, 199 Fenimore Street is part of a row, 199 Fenimore Street is part of a row that is directly adjacent to 203, and then the houses with even numbers are actually across the street outside the district. And just lastly, for some additional context, there are some streetscape photographs on Fenimore. This is sort of a neighboring house that was originally a similar design. The applicants are here to just answer any questions you might have.
Before you leave,
Yes.
Has the commission ever approved Omen siding in this district or any other district?
Did a little bit of background on this. We couldn't come up with the legalization of vinyl siding in this historic district. The commission did. This is vinyl siding. It was, I believe, asphalt or asbestos siding or something like that at time of designation. It was since changed after that at some point, but prior to the fire. But in any case, did come up with one commission level approval to legalize vinyl siding. That was in Crown Heights North back in 2011. That's the only one I came up with, at least in recent past, but it did have a similar situation where it had a fire at the time.
Okay. All right, thank you. If you'd like to further the presentation in any way, please feel free to do so, but you're not compelled to either. If she presented the case pretty comprehensively. I'll not say more.
Just state your name.
Yeah.
My name is Ludwig Jones. I'm the administrator for the estates. It's my sister passed away. My nephew Mike is here with me. Our case is simple. The contractor put in vinyl siding. We didn't know about it until we got a violation. So one of the first steps we're trying to take to see if we can get approval for the siding. So if you look at the home, and aesthetically, it's close to really the designation, and that's an argument about getting approval.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Other questions? All right. We'll go to public testimony and Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. HDC is pleased that this house was reconstructed after a devastating fire instead of the owner's applying to demolish it. We understand that the applicant has had to deal with what must have been a very difficult time after a terrible tragedy, and we admire their fortitude. However, this house's journey is not over yet, as some of the details were reconstructed incorrectly. The new window dimensions were a particularly unfortunate choice, and while there was replacement siding at the time of designation, we asked LPC to bring this house into compliance with the original permits. Other wood frame houses in New York City historic districts have been restored after similar fires, and there's no reason to relax standards here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify? No? Community board did not vote on this item due to a lack of quorum. The housing committee of the community board 9 has no objections to LPC moving forward with the public hearing, so that's what we're doing. Thank you. All right. So would you like to respond in any way to the testimony that you heard? You sort of made your case, so.
Yeah, I feel like we made our case. We're just looking at this was the first option in front of us versus going back and deciding. So it's a matter of, once we hear from the decision from here, the decision from this board, we'll know what we need to do as far as the next steps. As I said, we'd like to just consider the fact that wood siding versus vinyl siding. Like I said, the look of the house, the look and feel of the house, the aesthetics of the house, I think are very, very closely better than how it looked before.
The testimony talked about the dimensions of a window or windows. I was unclear about that. Maybe staff.
Yeah. So the dimensions of the windows at the front facade and the dormers don't exactly match what was there historically, but they do match what was in the approved drawing.
Could you put the designation picture of the before and after, if you will? Yeah, that. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Mm-hmm. On the bay window particularly.
Right, they do match the approved drawing, so that's not before us.
Okay, all right. Okay, then I think we're ready to close the hearing with a vote to do so. In a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Hearing's closed. All right, here we go. Who wants to go first? John.
I do agree with the testimony that in both ways, which is to say I greatly appreciate that they chose not to demolish the house. But on the other hand, I think it is not something we would have approved in the first instance, the vinyl side. So I I don't like how you say that, but I think that's where we are.
What we have done in the past, where we're in similar situations, we've left the violation stand, but given a very long cure period. It might be a reasonable way to help them out.
I think that is reasonable. Does everyone feel, as John does, that this is great that they rebuilt the house, but unfortunate that the wrong material was used in a long cure period?
Council escape the premises.
I think we can do that. Corey,
Yeah, I think we've toyed with a couple of options for this in the past. Probably the simplest thing is to 6 years, which is the life of the permit, to replace the material. I think we've done 10 years also in the past. But I just also want to remind the commissioners of a couple of components to this, and you may want to consider that it's clapboard type vinyl siding on the sides of the building, where in the past the commissioners have perhaps been more accepting of variations on the sides of the house. It's the imitation cedar shake on the front of the house, and they're also vinyl windows, and all three of those things are actually before you. It's not just one thing, so you may find that you can accept some of these, or none of them, or all of them. It's really all of those things. The staff has made suggestions that based on precedent from past permits, commissioners have asked the siding at the front facade facing the street to be something that matches the historic condition, even accepting variations on the side. And a note on the vinyl windows, also not something you've looked at a lot, but recently you did legalize and approve vinyl windows on the front facade of the house, not that much unlike this one, with the finding that historically they were simple windows and were really missing the outline of the sashes. The trim in that case was a better material, so it is things you've grappled with before.
Michael Devonshire will most likely add that they won't last past the 6 years anyway.
Let's give them 8 years.
So is that for the siding on the front, and then looking to the...
Yeah, my comment was about the front facade only.
Yeah, front facade and windows, 8 years would be a reasonable amount of time.
That seems reasonable to me as well. And I think you're going to read this, so you can read then. So what we're approving, I think, is an 8-year extension of what's there. So we've got 8 years to change just the front. The sides are okay as you've built them. And the front will be changed to what in 8 years? Painted wood?
Again, commissioners, the staff actually did approve a permit to do much of this work and did approve painted shingles on the front facade. Painted wood shingles.
Painted
So it would
wood
be
shingles.
basically going back to what we had approved.
Yeah, okay, all right. So, fine.
Give me just a second to finish. He's right. You can start.
In the matter of LPC 19-30432, 203 Fenimore Street, in the Prospect Leverage Gardens Historic District. Colonial Revival Style House designed by Axel Beekman and built in 1906. The application is to legalize the installation of vinyl siding and windows in non-compliance with Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. I know that the building's style scale materials and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Prospect Leverage Gardens Historic District. I also note that the building was clad in asbestos siding prior to the designation of the historic district, and that the second and third floors of the building were destroyed in a fire in 2016. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the work did not alter or eliminate or conceal any significant remaining or potential features of the building. That replacement vinyl siding featuring simulated cupboards on the side and rear facades recalls siding materials historically found in buildings of this type, style, and age throughout the historic district, which features a variety of materials and finishes. That although the proportions of the bay window differ slightly from the historic proportions, the new bay window is in keeping with bay windows found throughout this block in this historic district, and does not draw undue attention to itself. that the dormer and cross gable of the side facades are set back from the street and are only seen at oblique angles from public thoroughfares, and therefore a change in configuration does not detract from the building, and that none of the work has precluded the restoration of details and materials at a future date. However, in voting to grant this approval, the Commission has stipulated that the applicant has 8 years to replace the siding and windows at the front facade so that it matches what was there historically.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the application is approved with that stipulation.
Okay, next is item number 5. This is LPC 19-35887. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 90, Lot 14. 5 Beekman Street, aka 119 and 133 Nassau Street, intended to be a simple court building annex, individual amendment. An office building with clean and neo-correct and Renaissance Revival style antiques designed by Silman and Farnsworth in building 1883. And a Romanesque Revival style office building designed by James and Farnsworth in building 1891. The application is to construct rooftop canopy structures.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Carolyn Cushion, Transportation Staff. The subject property is located at the southwest corner of Beekman Street and Nassau Street. The applicant is proposing to construct canopy structures at the roof that consist of metal structural posts and framing with retractable corners. For Dennis of the Space Bar, is here to discuss the proposal and walk you through the visibility sightlines of this installation.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Ford, Dennis of the Space Bar. As mentioned, this is the Temple Court building just down the street from us here at the Commission. The building was constructed in 2 phases, 1881, the original building, which contains the atrium, and an annex that was constructed in 1889. This is a view looking east. We can no longer see this view because there's now the tall buildings on Park Road, but for about a year, those buildings were taken down, and we were able to get some nice views. But this is the annex portion here. This is the original building, and this historic photo on Nassau Street, the original building and the annex. We show the atrium here not only because we're really proud of the restoration of the atrium. It's a really singular space in New York City, but a lot of what we're proposing at the roof and the visibility in particular of these canopy structures relates in a very important way to what happened in the atrium. This building has been converted to a hotel, and in order to reuse that atrium and not have to enclose everything in glass for fireproofing, we went through some very, very incredible engineering logistics, part of which includes smoke purge systems, part of which includes retractable smoke screens that come down in case of fire and allow hotel guests to get out of the atrium safely. And you will see in a moment, but those smoke systems relate very much to the visibility of the canopies that we're proposing. We're proposing canopies on 3 roofs, one here, one on the north side of the building on Beekman, and one over on Leader Alley. And the east canopy here on Nassau Street, and to some extent the north canopy, are visible from the street. The west canopy is not visible. What you're seeing here in this aerial view, this is the skylight for the atrium. These 2 towers each have rooms in them that are used for event space. And the reason for the canopy is that our elevator and stairs are over here. So guests coming out into these spaces need to go outdoors to get to them. And if you're having an event and it's raining or it's very hot, we need to have some level of sunshine. And what you will also see here is that this portion of the terrace is raised. And it's raised up because the smoke purge system for the atrium sits underneath that part of the terrace. So we're really dealing with 2 functional issues here. One is protecting the canopies for events and for passage to the turrets, and the second is protecting the atrium, and that is why the canopies we're showing are more visible than they might otherwise be. And this is a view on the east roof on Nassau Street Throughout the presentation, we're only showing you the east roof, but the details are the same for the north and the west, and we will show you visibility for all three. All the details for the other roofs are in your package in the appendix. So you can see here that when you walk out of the stair tower, you're at a lower level. And then this level up here, up the stairs, is about 4 feet, 4.5 feet up. And it's underneath that area where all the smoke purge systems are. So if there's a fire within the atrium, those systems that sit underneath the east and the west and the north terraces are what pull all the smoke out of the building. That is why this terrace is raised up higher than it would otherwise be. So when we get to this detail, and Randy Gerner from GKB will walk you through the design of the canopies themselves. But this is a section through the raised part of the terrace. And you can see that this part of the terrace is raised up about 4.5 feet. And all this equipment under here is what ties into the atrium and provides the fire protection. So we have about 9 feet clear underneath the proposed canopy, but that 9 feet is raised up for much of the area by the 4 feet for the smoke purge underneath. The canopy system is an open frame, metal, painted black, and it has retractable awnings that will go in and out. So in most of its life, it will just read as an open frame on top of the building. We have later on in the presentation some examples of other similar buildings that have these rooftop canopy type structures. So I think I'll ask Randy to come up and join me.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Randy Gerner from GKB Architects. Thank you for hearing our proposal here. As Board had mentioned, our proposal is to install 3 open trellises with a retractable fabric shade. And the materials that we're using are going to be built up steel sections, which is consistent with most of the architectural vocabulary for the exposed steel elements within the building, including the skylight itself. The steel allows us, in fact, to create longer spans, which limit the visibility and the bulk of the structure as it sits on the roof. And it will be painted a mottled charcoal gray color so that it is sympathetic with much of the material that originally is, or the material that is sitting on the roof right now. I'll just pass out this one sample that illustrates the color of the proposed steel. And we anticipate that the posts will be rather limited in size. There will be 5 posts placed 18 inches back from the edge of the existing parapet wall, and we believe that the impact that these posts will have on the building facade will be very limited. So we prepared a number of drawings and studies. The drawing on the left is illustrative of the elevation as it exists now, and the drawing on the right between to the left of the tower, you see the drawing of the open trellis, and a detail of the open trellis on the drawing that you see on the bottom of the page, and the location of where the posts sit. 5 posts sit in relation to the skylight and set back 18 inches from the building facade. Some details illustrating the rather complex smoke purge system that exists below the floor that you see here. And there are challenges that we have in trying to limit the structural aspects of how the structure passes through the smoke purge systems, and that helped inform us of where we can anchor these canopies as well. Several photos illustrating the bar slide on the left shows the existing condition. The The middle slide illustrates the mock-up. We do have an orange netting shown there. The orange netting would illustrate where the fabric would be when the fabric is drawn down, but most times it's not drawn down. And you'll see on the right-hand side the expression of the triangular truss that's supported by each of the 5 posts. And then looking from City Hall Park towards the north side, similar issues, but as you can see, it really is rather, it's not very visible from the park. Just a couple of other photos looking at the mock-up, which is in place.
These other photos show walking around the building from other locations, but obviously we have the 2 main points of visibility where we show the rendering as well. As I mentioned earlier on, there are many examples of buildings historically, like clubs, like theaters, and like public use of rooftop spaces that employ different kinds of canopies, greenhouses, and the like. Those were very much an inspiration for the design. I want to just correct one thing that Randy said, which is the dimension set back from the face of the building. The posts are actually set back 2 feet 6 inches from the parapet. It's the front face of the canopy trellis that is 18 inches back from the parapet. So this dimension here is 2'6". Here is 18 inches.
Okay.
I think, leave it at that.
I think you should leave it at that. It's very clear.
I think thank you.
Thank you. All right. Questions? No? Yes?
Do you know what color the canvas will be?
Yes, I have a sample of canvas here as well.
All right. Anyone wishing to testify? No one signed up? No? Okay. Community Board 1 recommends that LPC approve this application subject to the canopies not being visible from the street. They are visible from the street. So I don't know where that puts that. But
Yeah, and as we said, the main reason that we're visible is because we have this higher condition at the roof. And what we see is a very light structure against other buildings.
And the case, I think, pretty well that many older buildings at this period use their roofs in a much more innovative way than we traditionally do today. All right, with that, if there are no more questions, we can close the hearing with a vote, and a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing is closed. Comments? To me, this is very straightforward. The visibility is so a part of a gestalt of so many other things that one hardly could notice, and I think the black surface paint of the metal will keep it within the vocabulary of the existing building, which has been beautifully restored. I'm sure we've all been in that marvelous space to look at it, if not even. Okay, is there any thought that you think different? Anybody ready to say, Kim, can you take that on?
In the matter of 5 Beekman Street, aka 119 to 133 Nassau Street, Temple Court Building and Annex, individual landmark. Application to construct rooftop canopy structures. I recommend approval with modifications finding that the installation of the canopy structures will not damage any significant features of the individual landmark, that the presence of open pavilions, pergolas, trellises, and has a precedent in prominent historic buildings of a similar age and style, most often associated with clubs, hotels, and theater buildings that offer rooftop amenities. That the rooftop installations located approximately 2'6" behind the parapet facing Beekman Street and Nassau Street will be seen in conjunction with other rooftop accretion and taller buildings in the background, helping them to recede from view. That although the structural post and framing will be visible at a distance from various vantage points within City Hall Park, along Park Road, Beekman and Nassau Streets, and a public plaza, it will be barely visible over Beekman Street facade and not visible over the Nassau Street facade from directly across the streets. That because the canopies feature retractable canvas for shading rather than a fixed roof, they will have a more temporary presence. That the size and configuration of the canopy structures featuring vertical posts and tapered truss flaring will be minimal in the context of taller decorative roofline features that terminate at the street facades. And that the proposed work will not diminish the special architectural or historic character of this individual land.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? You're approved. At this point, I want to say, now that we've approved it, Randy, it's always nice to have you back. Many of you did not serve, but I did, with his wife Joan, on this commission for many years she served.
She sent her regards.
Okay, well, we send ours to her.
Okay, next up is item number 6, LPC 19-29083, an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Monroe and Patent Block 475, Lot 50, 49 Greene Street, Soho, Castleton Historic District, an Italian-style stone loft building built in 1866. The application is to construct a rooftop addition and alter the rear facade.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Stephanie Kraut, Preservation Staff. I'll be presenting the proposal on behalf of the applicant today. This item is 49 Greene Street, located on the west side of Greene Street, bounded by Greene Street to the south, and Greene Street to the north, in the Monroe Historic District. The subject property is shown here in 1940s tax photographs, and existing conditions right here. The next several slides depict the existing conditions of the building. Here you can see the Greene Street facade. Here are images depicting the west rear facade. Here you have existing conditions at the roof. And close-up images of the condition at the top floor of the rear facade are shown here. And here's aerial images of the block showing the building in relation to its neighbors. The proposal before you today has two main components. The first is to remove the existing water tower, dunnage, and bulkheads, and construct a rooftop addition featuring white finished stucco, dark gray metal cladding, and metal window and door assemblies, and to install glass railings. Except for the railing at the front of the roof, none of the work will be visible from a public thoroughfare, and I'll review that visibility later in the presentation. Please note that the rooftop addition cannot be reviewed at staff level because it's taller than 11 feet. Staff level work such as the proposed elevator and stair bulkheads are also being shown here. The second component of the application is to raise the height of the rear facade, modify the top floor window openings, and install arch-head windows. Here you can see the existing roof plan, the proposed roof plan. Existing building section is shown here. The proposed section is shown here and here. And renderings of the existing and proposed roof conditions are shown here, along with an overlay of the existing and proposed conditions looking southwest. And here you can see the same renderings looking southeast. You can see images and a rendering of the mock-ups of the roof here. The next several slides depict the visibility of the mock-ups from public thoroughfares. Here's a view looking north from the intersection of Grand and Greene Street. Here's an image further north on Greene Street looking north. And then the next few images show the visibility from Greene Street looking south. Sure, so it's right here.
And I think the point is there is no visibility on this series of slides. She just kind of running in front of me.
So the important one is right here. So you can see that the only portion of the mock-up that's visible from a public thoroughfare is this section of the proposed railing right here. And the applicant will further discuss the proposal.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, so my name is Wayne Norbeck, DXA Studio. I'm going to go back, I think thank you very much for the overview. I'm going to go back to just a couple of design points, just kind of round out the presentation. So, as Stephanie mentioned, we really have two components of the project. The front, in terms of visibility, which we only have a very small portion of the glass rail that ends up being visible. The second portion is the modifications to the rear elevation of the building. On this slide, what we really wanted to point out is that it's a tight 30-foot courtyard in the back of the building, and it's basically invisible from any of the thoroughfares. What we're seeing, the building is located behind us is 50 Worcester Street, and we're taking some cues from this in terms of the 2/2 expression of the windows and also the arch top windows as well. The proposed elevations, again, this is essentially invisible from the street with the exception of that far right corner of the glass guardrail, which we would propose as being coated with an anti-reflective coating, so it would basically go away. And then on the rear facade, this is the sort of bulk of the work, which would be that what we're essentially doing is we're taking the roof pitch, which was sloped, and flattening that out in order to gain a terrace for the residential up above, and then also to make what had been sub 8-foot ceilings in that top floor, to bring them up to a standard that's synthetic with the neighborhood. In doing so, we end up needing to kind of enlarge the windows along the top and back.
This is the courtyard.
Yeah, this is the courtyard elevation. So we thought it would be a bit strange to go back to a square top 2/2 because we'd be changing scales of the window, which is a little bit different than how the building is typically configured. So that's where we took a cue from across the courtyard and did an arch top window in the 2/2 configuration to give it a sort of unique presence along the top rather than shifting the scale back up to a longer window.
Is that meant to be a segmental arch or a semicircular arch?
This is actually like a semi-circular arch here. So, and I think those are most of the design points. Again, on the front with the visibility, it's essentially not visible.
And it's stucco, the material is stucco?
It is stucco on the penthouse bulkhead, and in the back it would be painted brick to match the brick in the back of the facade.
And the stucco is white?
Stucco is white, and then we have a dark gray metal panel cap on it.
On white?
I think we just wanted to keep it sort of as light as possible up on the top.
It's not visible, so I just care that much. I'm just wondering, white will be gray pretty soon. Gray will be black pretty soon. Longer than it used to be. Okay, questions? Are you finished?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. Anybody would like to testify? Nobody signed up? No? Okay. Manhattan Community Board 2 recommends approval of the scheme. Okay. So I don't think you need to respond to anything. Okay, then we can close the hearing with a motion. Second.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Comments, thoughts? A little bit of visibility, but minimal. Okay. Michael, we're all okay, it sounds like. Okay.
Regarding 49 Green Street, so Castine Historic District, the application is to construct roof partition and alter the rear facade. I know the building style, scale, materials, and details are only features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Castine Historic District, and I recommend approval. Finding The proposed work will not alter damage or destroy any security architectural features, that with the exception of the railing works will not be visible from any foot thoroughfare. The proposed glass railing roof will feature a non-reflective coating helping to remain a discrete presence at the roof. The proposed railing will be only minimally visible from an oblique angle on Greene Street. But the proposed rooftop addition will be set back from the front door facades that allow to maintain a sense of the building's original masonry design materiality of the rooftop addition, featuring white finished stucco, gray metal, dark gray metal cladding, metal window, and door assemblies to be in keeping with the rooftop additions and other features found throughout the historic district. That raising the height of the rear facade and installing color arch shading windows to the top floor will be in keeping with the range of heights and window opening shapes and sizes found at the secondary facade of this block. That the historic core building will be replaced with shutter hardware retained, thereby maintaining these historic features of the site. That the enlarged window openings will not change the character of the facade as secondary conservative facade with a high solid floor ratio. And that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Soho West Iron Historic District.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved. Thank you. We will now have lunch. We will encourage you to eat fast. We lose our quorum around 3, so we'd like to move forward with the rest of the hearing as expeditiously as possible.
Okay, Commissioners, we're going to start up the post-lunch session with item number 7. This is LPC 19-37464. An application for certificate of appropriateness of Manhattan Block 827, 202 to 204 Fifth Avenue in the Madison Square North Historic District. A neoclassical style office building designed by Buckman & Kahn and Zimmerman Saps Zimmerman, built in 1918 to 19, and a neoclassical style bank and office building designed by C.P.H. Gilbert, built in 1913. The application is to construct a rooftop addition, modify masonry openings, replace windows and infill, install signage, and remove portions of the wall between the two buildings.
Before we start, I just want to tell the applicant team, which is a huge team, I noticed, that we are losing our quorum 3 today, so we're trying to have the applicants be as efficient as possible with your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Joanne, Mr. Community Preservation staff. 202 Fifth Avenue is located on the north side of West 25th Street. North side of West 25th Street at the intersection of Broadway and Fifth Avenue and 204 Fifth Avenue is a through block building located just north of 202 Fifth Avenue with street facades on both Broadway and Fifth Avenue. Some of the commissioners may recall that modifications to 202 Fifth Avenue, including installing rooftop mechanicals, modifying masonry openings, and replacing cladding and infill, were approved in 2013. The proposed work includes modifying masonry openings and replacing infill in select locations at both buildings, constructing a rooftop addition, and installing a canopy at the south facade of 202 Fifth Avenue. Additionally, portions of the walls between the buildings and sections of floors at number 202 will be removed, and new floors set back from the windows are proposed. The architect and team will now describe the proposal in more detail.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alejandro Dalas. I'm an architect by training, and I'm here on behalf of Porcelanos, a company that I joined a few years ago. So before the team does the presentation, I would like to give you a brief overview of the company. So who we are, what we do, and so on and so forth. So the company is a Spanish company. It was created in Spain in 1973 in a small village near Valencia, at the east coast of Spain. It's a family-owned business. In fact, there's something very interesting, and it's that the owners and the founders of the company, they are still managing and leading the company in a daily basis. So the company was created to manufacture ceramic tiles, and we started doing that in Villarreal, which is the name of the small city. Right now, we are still having our headquarters and all our production plants there, which is quite interesting, taking into account that we are in a globalized world, but we are still there. So the owners are very committed with the local people and the local business there. So apart from that, I think that there are two key points at Porcelanosa. The first one is diversification. So we started just manufacturing ceramic tiles. Right now we are able to produce and to sell kitchens, a solid surface material called Creon, also ventilated facade. So products from the interior and from the exterior of the buildings. The second thing that I think it's very important for the company as it is right now is the international expansion. So for example, here in the US, we opened our first showroom 30 years ago in LA, and in fact, we are still having the same showroom up and running, which is very interesting because we are trying to be in the long-term investments, not just short-term. So I think it's part of the philosophy of the company. Apart from that, I think that one of the key decisions that the owners made was to move to New York and to create the flagship store in the whole country in New York City, specifically at the 202 Fifth Avenue, which is a building that we bought in 2012, something like that. We were started, and it started to be our flagship store. It was a before and after we opened this building, and this is why when we had the opportunity to buy 204, we didn't hesitate and we wanted to expand our business because we think that we needed more space. And right now we are facing a very challenging project, but we think that it will allow us to expand the surface that we have to display our products, and it will be better for our business. Being said that, I think that Ellis and John, they will explain you more details about the project. I just want to say that we are very, very committed with the place. We are very, we would really like to create an iconic building. We want to create the flagship store here in the whole country. And we understand this building as a process. So from the bottom to the top, it will be an experience, and we think that having this addition that we are proposing, it's something that we would really like. Because the first time I came here, it was very inspirational to me to be on the rooftop of the current 202 and to face the Flatiron. It's for me, it's the most beautiful building in New York. Maybe you disagree, but it was very inspirational to me. And I would like to embrace people to come there and to see the opportunities that we can offer. So thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Elise Quaisgarth from Higgins Quaisgarth. Very pleased to work with this team. We are thrilled with the project and hope that you will be too. The site is right here in the very southwest tip of the historic district. And the proposal is to restore the facades of 204 and to combine the two buildings, rationalizing their floor plates. And it also proposes to create a distinctive rooftop addition to celebrate Porcelanosa's expanding place in New York City. This is a site where almost anything constructed on the site or constructed on the roofs would be visible. And the challenge to the team was to provide a thoughtfully considered design that is lovely and appropriate to the two buildings and to the Madison Square North Historic District. 202 Fifth was designed by Beekman and Kahn, one of the two buildings in the district associated with Eli Jacques Kahn, known for inventive use of decorative materials. And 204 is the little bank building. This doesn't seem to work very well, but with the monumental window designed by C.P.H. Gilbert. It's built for the Lincoln Trust Company. The site is unique in the historic district in that the bow tie intersection of Broadway and Fifth Avenue renders a very narrow block whose buildings are through block and trapezoidal in shape and whose facades are highly visible. There we go. And we're right in here. The specificity of the site conditions at the southeast tip of the historic district causes the buildings to have a more intense relationship with Madison Square than with other buildings necessarily in the historic district. And what we notice from the bird's eye view is that while graphically the intersection looks like two triangles, when you look very closely, you see that Broadway comes up and sort of curves around the site, and there are these curvilinear turnarounds and crosswalks in the intersection itself. And of course, the meandering pathways in the Madison Square. Madison Square is also punctuated by point buildings. The Flatiron Building is here, the MetLife Tower is here, and New York Life is here in the distance. And then the north building for MetLife has a very interesting curved shape to it. So we were thinking about geometries as we were looking at the site for inspirations. To walk around to the site a little bit, there are very broad sidewalks. This is looking across the Worth Monument Triangle here. And you can see that the subject buildings are sort of differentiated from the other buildings in the district. They start to rise quite suddenly in height as they move to the north. Historically, building owners capitalized on the visibility of this site, and it's Porcelain Rosa's hope to create an iconic image for its buildings here, taking cues from the history of advertising that was present on the site and some of the most iconic architecture in the city on Madison Square. Walking around the building a little bit, this is our view on Fifth Avenue and the view here on Broadway. And as we heard, Porcelain Rosa completed their renovation in 2002 in 2015, which converted the building into their flagship. Just wanted to point out, this will come up later, there are a few changes that are being proposed at the ground floor. And I just want to point out that this ground floor is completely new. It's part of what was approved in the 2015 alteration because the building had changed a lot over time. So this was a compatible design, and there's nothing in it that's historic now. But the changes are rather modest. Another unusual factor at the site is that 202 was originally constructed for manufacture of advertising signs, and we'll see a little bit more about that later. But it also, as you can see, has a very, very high parapet, which allows us to suppress some of the building's mechanicals, and John will talk about that a little bit later. Both sides of our 204 building, you can see that it has lost some of its architectural embellishment, and the restoration that will allow this building to kind of step forward. Right now it's kind of flat and it recedes. When we have the opportunity to reinstall some of the missing ornamental elements, the building will be able to step forward a little bit. And as you can see, the two buildings, 202 and 204, are very distinct from each other, and their restoration will help emphasize that, and then the addition is set back to allow the volumes of the two buildings to read a little bit. Closer details on the existing condition of 204. You'll see in a moment there was a big cornice and a balustrade and all kinds of ornamental material which has been lost, but we're very lucky to have some very good documentation, both in drawing form and in photograph, to help us with the restoration. We didn't add it all to the program, so we could keep moving along. But sometime between the 1950s and the 1980s, you can see that the cornice was lost in this balustrade that used to exist here, and that is part of the restoration that will be indicated. So we wanted to look at the history of the site a little bit, thinking of the building as a sign, not planning to make the building a sign, but 202 really was. When it was constructed, so the Thomas Cusack company occupied it and owned it, and they were an advertising company. So they not only had their offices here, but they also demonstrated what they sold and who they were and where they were at the site. And then you can see over time the building changed when it changed hands from Thomas Cusack and became the Gilbert Company, the Hall of Science. They made some very dramatic architectural changes to the building, and then Porcelanosa in 2015 started to bring back some of the missing fabric and to work with the materials to create their flagship. Not only was that building used for signage historically, even before 202 was constructed, building owners took advantage of the high visibility of the site and had big billboards set right on top of the building. And if it wasn't on the first building, then sometimes it was on the second or third building. And always to demonstrate either who was in place at that location or advertising someone else's products. Also note in this photo, in 1915, our 204 Lincoln Trust building had quite a lot of sheds and accoutrements on the rooftop. It's another view of historic signs on the buildings in that block, and also a very nice view that you can see the park and how its meandering paths work through the trees. In addition to signs, building owners often used their buildings as icons and to help advertise their businesses. And while many building owners did that, we have three really good examples right in immediate vicinity with MetLife, New York Life, and the Florida building, which we all call Flatiron Building. And Porcelanosa is looking to have an iconic presence in this place. We did also look a little bit for the record on how buildings grew historically over time. And so we'll look at a few that were that are in the vicinity. And you can see that this building down on Fifth Avenue, which was designed by Beekman in white, had two monumental arches in the middle of the building with an arched set at the top. A few years after its construction, a few more stories were added, and the facade was actually rearranged a little bit. It's more or less what it looks like today. And this building next door, constructed in 1887, was added to in 1899. And if you just look at the buildings, you go, oh, this is the way they always were. But indeed, people were often considering how to add a little bit more on the top because it's so much harder to expand horizontally in New York City. Now, this is a case where we had two buildings that were designed by the same architect at the same time, and the companies added additions to them in their own time. One was a very simple and not very interesting addition, and then adjacent to it was a very exuberant, robust mansardic roof with a lot of volumetrics. So there were different ways and different styles of adding to buildings. Currently, or at least in a contemporary fashion, we look at different ways of adding to buildings. Sometimes they're just rectilinear and quite simple. Sometimes we use the restoration of missing elements to help obscure additions. Sometimes they're quite volumetric and abstract, including this one in Gansevoort, which was designed for Diane von Furstenberg. And think about this one a little bit in conjunction with our project, because there's a connection through the building that leads up to the addition at the top, which is part of what we're looking at. To scale down a little bit, we go back to looking at what's in the historic district, materials. We looked very closely at the breadth of materials. They're cladding in brick and terracotta, different architectural styles and ways of applying the brick. There are a lot of classical buildings in the district, but there are also neo-Gothic. This Venetian Gothic building is my favorite, just encrusted with terracotta. And so we were considering ways to clad the addition on our new building, or rather on our new addition on 204, to think about what the materiality should be. So we were thinking about different ways of doing that. In addition to the historical styles, of course, this is the second Eli Jacques Kahn building in the historic district, where the decorative elements are no longer historical, but rather abstracted, as is the form of the building, as it sets back from the street wall, as you can see. Finally, to get back to Madison Square, we really started to look at the park. Started to think about what the park, how the park was used, and from the very early days, there were installations of objects like the hand of the Statue of Liberty, which was installed in the 1870s to help with fundraising, the Dewey Arch. But today, there's a very active program of contemporary art installation, and it's very active and very interesting, and we really sort of looked at some of these curvilinear works of art and sculptures, and still saw some resonance in that to what we're hoping to do here today. And finally, one of the inspirations that we had was porcelain noses building materials, which can be very sinuous and plastic and finished in lots of different ways. And what we're trying to do is represent some of what they can do in the edition that we're proposing today. John will talk a little bit more about all of that right now.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm John Sutter, the architect for the project. Just before, I wanted to, again, just make one additional comment about this, because porcelain nose is basically dealing with materials, basic materials that we as architects and fabricators use all the time. It's clay and fire and water, and they have developed an incredible array of product that is incredibly durable and can be used on the interior and the exterior building envelopes as well. And we were quite surprised to see the flexibility of some of their product. And when we went to visit their factories in Spain, and felt that in order for the building to be iconic, somehow this materiality needed to be expressed in the building. So you see here our proposal for 202 and 204. The 202 building has very little change, and we'll go over through that on the ground floor. The 204 building is to receive a complete restoration of the limestone and all of the materials and elements that make up the part of the building. And our addition is designed in a way to reflect some of the things that we've seen in those two buildings specifically, as well as the context of what's happening on the block. The addition will set back on both sides on Fifth Avenue and Broadway, approximately 15 feet from the face of the building. And the material itself will pick up some of the elements that we've seen in these two buildings here, where there's this, there's an incredible amount of horizontality. Even though each one of these sites is 28 feet in width, they are composed in beautiful ways, each building having very, very unique elements, both vertically and horizontally. But one of the things that struck us most was the horizontality, and how these subtle lines here that are worked through all the facades would become an element that would be something that we would develop in the addition itself. So the two buildings, while they're being preserved and beautiful in and of themselves, are combined, being brought together by this two-story addition, which embraces both buildings. So its curvilinear quality actually acts as a way to embrace the two buildings without actually mimicking specifically any of the elements. Even the element here of the arch, which is quite monumental here, is only slightly referenced in the addition itself. So as I said, we are taking these two buildings, we are combining them, bringing them together to create one building, and of varying heights, but given the great height of the parapet facing 25th Street, we were able to pretty much put everything behind that line there, except for some elements here, which are found throughout, actually, in New York City, but even specifically in this block here, where you see here this composition of buildings, and each one being approximately 28 feet in width, how there is kind of a swoop that occurs on this block, which is very unique. So we see buildings with 2 or 3 facades, and each one has this kind of topography that, of course, then reaches up to 212. And if you look back, and if you look at this aerial photo here, you'll see that verticality just continues. So this is really, someone referenced this block as a kind of a gateway, and I believe that is correct. And I think part of the thing that makes it such is the fact that it has this incredible topography that is part of the cityscape. Now, in order for us to implement the plan to combine the two buildings and to create almost 39,000 square feet of interior space, we were challenged by the fact that they had been two separate buildings. Of course, Lanosa had renovated this building here with their core placed actually on the southwest corner. There are party walls for separate walls for each building here on 204. So our plan was to create one new core that would align, go parallel to our northern property line, opening up the walls that separated the two buildings, and then giving a maximum amount of visibility to the store from the interior, from the exterior as well. Now, we also will be, as it was mentioned, aligning all of the floors. And so you can see here what the condition is with the two buildings separate, coming together, but doing so in a way that does not disturb the large arched windows that are in the 204 building. The floors here will be set back at least 3 feet from the interior line of the wall, so that it's not, we believe, will not be an impact. Now, what happens there you go. Okay, great. So in combining these two buildings together, we wanted to create a volume of space that actually runs through the building between and kind of weaves through, create this kind of ribbon of vertical space that comes through, creates interesting possibilities of visibility within the building. And this ribbon, which is a very, very important element that actually starts at the ground floor, as you see here on the left, as it leads through the building and then arrives at the top of the building onto our facade. So it's this organic approach to the materials that inspired us with this design. Now, in this slide here, we are outlining the basic elements of the restoration and different improvements that we're making. We're moving the entrance on the ground floor from 5th Avenue to 25th Street, and we're modifying some of the storefront windows, as well as then all of the restoration work that you see here, the addition above, and then a roof terrace that actually spans across the two buildings, and I'll go into each one in a little bit more detail. You see here on the left, the openings on, this is on the Broadway side, where the core of the 202 building is currently. That's being changed, so we'll be moving that core and opening up the windows again. And also eliminating the ramp of the 204 building that you see on the left for a new entrance at the 25th Street, again, we're actually restoring the entrance as to where it was originally when the building was first built into the center of the facade on 25th Street, and also taking out one of the doors that is on the southwest corner here and putting in a truly new storefront there. And these slides go in detail with the amount of restoration work and the creation of the balustrade and cornices, for which we have very good information on dimensionality and materials. So this picture shows the existing condition at the ground floor. These go into a little bit more detail, and I'd be happy to go through this more carefully if you like. There are small signs that will be put back essentially on the 204 building for where the bank had its own signage. And you see it here as well on the Broadway side here. And the creation now of a new large storefront window on that corner. And then here on 25th Street, the entrance in the center bay with a kind of a knife edge canopy that comes out that actually was approved when the work was done a couple of years ago. Very similar design, and that shows the section through the entrance of the building. So here we just have then a couple of proposed views. This is from across the street from the park, where you see the visibility of the addition, but as Elise pointed out, this is not a site where you can hide very many things because of the amount of visibility. So we wanted to be very, very sensitive to how it was being treated so that it did not, it was seen as an addition, a positive addition to the block and to the buildings themselves. And again here, this is the view on Broadway. So here you see what it looks like when you step back, and you can see this building from many, many parts of the park and the surrounding neighborhood. And through the trees here, you see the rich texture of the buildings on this block. Many, many elements are expressed as vertical. This beautiful bay window here, some large openings, bar arch as well. So all of that, is still very much a part of that, and we want to create one additional element, unique element here that is visible both from Broadway and 5th Avenue. And the thing about these buildings too is that because they have facades on two streets, most of them have exactly the same facade on both sides. You can see that here. In terms of the addition and what we are actually doing, so you see here the addition in yellow, the 2 floors above the 204 building. This is the existing roof line, which we're maintaining. And above the entire structure, what we did is we wanted to try to create the largest roof terrace that made sense, that we could possibly get here, that would be accessible to the public and to the visitors coming into the building. So we took all of the mechanical equipment that one would normally find on the top of a building and actually were able to bury that within the 202 building. Because of the height of the parapet wall and from the existing window opening on the 6th floor, there was enough space in here for us to create all of that mechanical space, which would not then be visible from the roof, except for a couple of minor fans here, which provide air to the stairs and to the elevator. So you have a space here, which is a little bit higher than normal, but it's what to the slab. But what we're doing here is we're bringing all of this mechanical equipment to feed the building through here and then down into the 204 building. So the specifics of the design is what you see here, where these slits that we've incorporated into the GFRC panel, which there's an example on the table, and that is not the color, because we're still doing color analysis on the limestone, so we're not there yet on the color, but just wanted to give the commissioners a sense of the texture of the material. I'm sure you've seen it before, but it's an element here which has a very, very soft kind of sculptural shape, which again is tying us back into the materials that is created by this company. And here's the view from bird's eye view from above. So there are these setback terraces on both sides. These horizontal lines, which you can see quite distinctly, in all these other buildings, are here reflected in the design of our addition, as well as the space below where the mechanical equipment is and the rooftop terrace, which now will be accessible by an elevator that will come up here and two fire stairs that are required, by code. So now we have here a series of the images which I'm sure you've seen many times before, many presentations of what it looks from various points of view with the mock-up. The mock-up's been built, and so we have that as well as a rendered view. But we also did something which we thought was interesting here, was we did an animation that kind of takes the same route. So I'd like to show you the animation of how this addition looks as you go through. So now, what do we want to do to get it to go? We can come back to these two. All these images are in the report you see. We were inspired to do this by actually one of the first meetings we had with staff on this project. Because of the big nationality of the proposal, we thought it would be interesting to actually see how that felt, with this animation. So here you are walking next to the park up Fifth Avenue, and you start to see the addition there. Everything looks a little scrunched here. What's the yeah. And this is taken at eye level, so this is really from the same vantage point as somebody walking down the street. And then, of course, as you continue north on Fifth Avenue, you see less and less of it, and what you see are some of the elements that are replicated in the texture and the fabric of the facades of the entire block. Now you're north of 29th Street, you're not seeing it. So same thing when you're now on the Broadway axis and you're approaching the building, the addition is not visible from this angle. As you get closer and you're looking up, you begin to see it as it peeks around the corner here. it kind of fits into the context of all the other buildings that are on the block as well. Then it disappears after 26th Street. This is the view looking east on 25th Street as you approach the park and the intersection. And then this is inside the park. These are the series of stills that were taken on the site with the mock-up, and this was actually taken farther back, farther south. I think we went all the way to Union Square here to see what was visible. So the only thing that you start to see are the elevator bulkhead that's in the middle of the building from any distance. And then as you get close, it disappears and then reappears as one moves around the site. And as I said, all of these images are also in the brochure.
Great, thank you. I think you've raised the bar, we will require explanations from that. Okay, questions? We go to testimony. Got a question?
Can you just talk a little bit about your intention with the color of the material? It looks like, you said that was not the intention. You're showing something that's kind of like a light gray. Right. That does not match the color of either buildings. Is that it? What are you thinking of that?
We don't think we should match the color of the building. Once we get a good sample of what the color is, I think that our intention is to actually make it a color that's a bit darker. So it's these T's instead of stands out.
Darker than the two buildings.
Darker than the two buildings, that's correct.
Okay. And your plan is to strip the bank building?
That's correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions? That was the testimony. 3-minute rule is in effect, please. Keep your testimony to 3 minutes. Walter Kolakowski.
Thank you. I'm delighted to keep it to less than 3 minutes. Wally Kolakowski, I live at 208 Fifth Avenue. I'm on the board of the co-op building, Madison Square Apartments, 2 buildings to the north of the 204. I have comments in 2 specific areas. One relates to aesthetic comments, in particular with respect to the addition. We had made similar comments to the Community Board 5, which I presume you have in front of you. If you don't, their summary was that the addition and the canopy were viewed as both non-contextual, non-historic, and appropriate for the building. And I think from an aesthetic perspective, our board feels the same way. Again, that's a judgment call, clearly, but that's our sense. And again, I don't have any animation, but I think the addition is quite clear. It is quite visible, it is quite distinctive, and I guess the sense that we have is it's not particularly appropriate for our neighborhood. The second issue is somewhat related, but it is somewhat different. We have had structural issues with the building just to our north, 206. There's a significant amount of settlement that they've experienced, and our concern is that additional construction, additional weight on 204 could affect 206, which of course could affect our building. So given that, we have concerns, I guess, in those two areas. And I hope I'm under 3 minutes. Thank you.
Certainly are. Thank you. Jonathan Zannetti.
Thank you. I also live at 208 Fifth Avenue. I actually live on the top two easternmost apartments. So when I purchased this apartment in 1994, I realized those are lot line windows, and I have absolutely no right to have the right to that view. However, I have no objection to Porcelanosa adding 2 stories to the building. It obviously is going to affect my view, and I realize that because I have lot line windows. What I do object to is the battleship that they are putting on top of the building in order to accommodate a roof deck. From what I can tell, or from what I've been told, is they are nothing more than a tile and a bath showroom. Why do they need a rooftop? I mean, they could easily, now whether that design that they're putting up there, the 2-story addition, I don't particularly like it, but that's within Landmark's decision to decide whether it fits within the context of our neighborhood. But what I do object to is that bulkhead they are putting up there. It's a vanity project, which you can see from everywhere. So I would think if they would just eliminate the roof deck, that bulkhead would not be needed, and I would have absolutely zero problem with the 2-story addition, provided Landmarks agrees.
Thank you very much for your testimony. The last person to sign up is Kelly Carroll. Hello.
I know. I look different now, right? Sitting back up until District's Council. Kelly and I are spelling each other today. HCC appreciates the applicant's outreach and presentation to our committee, which substantially aided in our understanding of this project. We also greatly admired the animation we saw earlier. The design is creative and original, which is refreshing among the sea of glass boxes, which are proposed to float on rooftops across the city, looking in totality like so much plastic floating on the ocean. However, there's a critical issue of context regarding this design choice. This area of town in its historic districts, Madison Square North and Lake Smile, is characterized by exuberantly ornamented architectural styles of their eras. Industrial historic districts like Gansevoort Market or Dumbo possess planular factory buildings with spare ornament and better accommodate artful sculptural additions such as this one proposed. There's a tension of the 2 bold styles in such close proximity to each other here. HCC is concerned about the size of this addition, which may possibly work in a version of itself or lower and set back. The desire of access to the roof has literally created a very large problem, and as the bulkheads and elevator override, despite being clad in a demure hue, are collectively an enormous hulk that distracts and detracts from the composition. This volume also looms over the parapet of 202 Fifth Avenue, disrupting the characteristic billboard nature of the edge of space in Firth Square. This bulk is also at odds with the physicality of the block itself. The built organization of this block is of a stepped nature, with the smaller buildings on the south end and the skyscrapers at the north visibly progressing into the scale of Midtown. Finally, we understand there's a fire code issue preventing the applicant from constructing anything here using their own ceramics. We are of the mind that choosing GFRC as the primary construction material for a flagship retail store in Manhattan sullies the district and the brand itself, and encourage Landmarks and the applicant to employ a quality material like terracotta.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to give testimony on this project? Okay, thank you. Manhattan Community Board 5 recommends denial unless the addition of a canopy on the 26th Street facade is removed from the proposal. Is it in there?
That's fine.
Am I right on that? That doesn't sound like it. I'll read it. I mean, I don't have all the whereases, but resolve, Community Board 5 recommends denial of the application for the proposed changes at 202 Fifth Avenue and 204 Fifth Avenue unless the addition of a canopy on 25th Street facade is removed from the proposal. I think that's what it said. And is that the canopy that we're looking at on the lower right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
May I interrupt you one second?
Yes.
In fairness, although it may be detrimental,
Yes.
there were two resolutions from the Community Board 5.
We have this one.
Holly is going to check right now.
All right.
Do you happen to know what the outcome will be?
Well, I'd rather not characterize it myself personally, but I just didn't want to. Somebody has it. Is that?
There we go. Exhibit A and B. Excellent. Hire that guy. I can't read
All right. Lots of whereases. Ends up with whereas the creation of a highly visible addition that is not contextual to the building, the surrounding buildings, or the Madison Square North Historic District as a whole is inappropriate. Therefore, be it resolved, Community Board 5 recommends denial of the application to install a rooftop addition. Okay, we did on an issue other than the canopy. And the canopy stands as correct. So there are two resolutions. Okay. In addition, LPC received a letter from a board member of the Historic Districts Council, as well as the Council's Public Review Committee, supporting the recreation of the main entrance, but expressing concern over the proposed rooftop addition. LPC also received letters of support from the Flatiron 23rd Street Partnership and the New York Landmarks Conservancy. And I think that's it. Would you like to respond specifically to any of the comments raised in the testimony, either written or expressed verbally?
Regarding the comment about the gentleman brought up about the structural issues related to his building, I think those issues would be addressed at the time of when a permit is pulled and monitors will be placed onto the buildings and the surrounding areas to make sure that whatever work that's being done is not adversely impacting any of the neighbors. I think that that's the end of my comment for that. You know, I think that we've had a lot of conversation about quote-unquote tensions of style. And I think what we tried to show in the presentation is that over time, buildings have changed. We may not be so aware of those changes, but could have been quite jarring at the point of time when those additions were put on the buildings, where they drastically did change elements of the building or did it in a different style. Our feeling here was that since 1915, there hadn't been a lot of changes on the block. However, there's been a lot of changes to the 202 building. There have been many changes to other buildings in historic districts that reflected the times in which they were created. And we felt that we did not want to diminish the quality of the two landmark buildings by creating something which replicated them, but yet tried to take a much more subtle approach to create a design which we felt was very contextual in the way that it relates to and borrows from the texture, the quality of light, the quality of materials that we found in the context of this block. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions from Commissioner? Yes.
What could you do to reduce the size of the battleship?
We've been struggling with that, trying to find the best way to address it. And because of the linearity of the sites of these blocks, and the way that the core was set up to be most efficient for the interior utilization of the space, the core has just a tendency to continue up to the roof. And if you look at all the other buildings that are on the block, which are exactly the same dimension, 28 feet in width, they do the same exact thing. So, and even on the model that we have here, where we replicated all the elements on those roofs, they all have this linear quality, so they hug one side or the other of the lot. So we looked at it, and we went to an MRL elevator, which would be the absolute smallest in terms of overrun that we could possibly do, and it's 17 foot 11 inches. That's for a 350 FPM elevator. We looked at even going slower.
That's what you've done.
Yes, and a slower elevator only lowers it by 8 inches. So it had no material impact on us. We looked at the stairs to reduce the bulkheads as much as possible, which is what you're seeing here. Now, there could be a possibility of taking the stairs and rotating them 90 degrees before they come up to the roof level. However, they don't go away. So it's the same volume of space. It just creates a different kind of pattern on the roof. The space becomes more kind of U-shaped instead of one large space that what we're showing here. So we have explored as many possible scenarios as we could make sense of to keep it down, to reduce it to what was just essentially required.
Following on, you have
Just one more, I'm sorry. Would anyone cry if those terraces were diminished in size so that we didn't see the glass railing?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, thanks.
I don't like tears. So my question is, if you didn't use the top roof as a roof for people, would some of the battleship become a lot smaller?
The elevator bulkhead would be small lower. Yes, that's true. But the stairs would
The stairs would stay to the same height.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, yes, Ann.
In the section, it shows the top showroom floor at 12-foot ceiling height.
Correct.
Is that something that we play with to help to reduce the masses?
So let's see, if we go to, yeah, there you go. All right.
Draw more clear.
So the section to the right is showing the clear space is 12 feet. That could be lower. However, what's really guiding the height here is the mechanical equipment. And you see you see the generator and some other equipment there that is taking up that volume of space. So by reducing that height there only over the 202 building, just, I think, creates more of an awkward condition where the roof over the 204 building is lower than the roof over the 202 building.
But if you got rid of the roof deck, then you wouldn't need the roof over the generator and the RTU to begin with, would you?
That's true.
And on the section on the left, all that light plenum space, which indicates nothing in it, but yet on the right, I see cracks and piping.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that is in there.
It is in there.
It's lowering it within space by 2 or 3 feet.
Yes,
It's not really possible.
It would be, no, it's not really possible. And the other interesting factor here is that the sequence of construction was thought that the 202 building, Porcelanosa, could stay in that building while the work is done in the 204 building. There's a temporary phase where some of that mechanical equipment is actually sitting on top of the 204 building and then dropped into the 202 building when that phase comes through. So all of the services are running through the 204 building because that's what will be done in the first phase.
And my last question is kind of a comment, but I'll use it as a question, then we'll go to comment. Obviously, the battleship quality that's now been christened the battleship is partly arrived at because of the nature of your design of it and the color of it. Another rendition of that, perhaps using the same ideas that you've developed further down, could also wrap that.
Yes, it could.
I suppose. Okay, unless there are more questions, we will close the hearing and ask for a motion to do so. And a second, all approved. So the hearing is now closed. Comments by Commissioner? I have one. Ken, go ahead.
I think the top deck and on top of all of the ceiling height is really making it, it's running the project almost. It's like, yes, the battleship is controlling everything, and it's too high. It should come down some because it's not really occupiable space. And we can shrink it some and make it blend in a little better. Whereas now it's just such an anomaly up there. It's not something that's usable, and it's not, it's really just doesn't fit in with the architecture. I'm not seeing that it's really appropriate.
Okay. Just basically too high. Others, John?
Whatever you do on the roof of that building is going to be visible, so agreeing with one of the neighbors there, it's not really a question of visibility. In terms of appropriateness, it's a question of being contextual or being distracting, being melting in with what's going on around it or being non-historic. And in addition, it unites the two buildings together in a way that I don't think is appropriate. So if they need to do a rooftop addition and link the two buildings together, I'm fine with that. I know we're going to see it, but it's the design that I'm
You mean the literal articulation of the design elements is too discordant with the base of the building?
Well, that's
something like that.
far more articulate.
No, I just wanted to understand it myself. Yeah, Mike.
I find it just discordant enough. I don't think I've been as excited about it in addition to an historic building since I've been on this commission. I don't think it needs to be completely contextual. This is of its own right, and yet it doesn't scream that sort of look at me thing that a lot of architects try to throw on these buildings these days. In any case, having said that, the battleship wrecks the wonder and the beauty of the addition for me, and so anything that could be done to minimize or eliminate that, I would happily review and approve. The other thing that really bugs me, and it came out when you were doing the animation, is the reflection from that glass rail, which I also think robs that addition of some of its beauty. But thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. I want to just go a little bit on what Margaret Devon shared. Just that. But step back for a minute and say that, I truly, your buildings are truly in a very, very important location in the Madison Square area. And I appreciate the fact that you want to do something that is going to work within the context of the neighborhood and also from a historical perspective, speak to what has been done with the buildings in the past. Key into what's going on in the surrounding area, because the park truly has become a very important place to exhibit modern sculpture, and it's done incredibly successfully, and also to celebrate the products that the company makes in a way that is sculptural. You know, it doesn't quite work. The form is actually beautiful. The form in and of itself is beautiful. The best appreciation of it is actually from a slightly elevated angle. And when you look at from the street, you cannot really appreciate the beauty of that. And when I look at the photographs, again, the slightly, even at the perspectives that are not quite this high, you still get a sense of the beauty of the sculpture, which you lose when you're at grade. And you can see it in your model as well. So I don't know. I think that's something to think about. And I do agree with Michael Devonshire about the fact that the glass is very distracting. It gets in the way of that. The form is also incredibly compromised by the mechanicals outside. There's no way, even with the color change, they can be separated too. So I don't know, but I feel like that has to be addressed as well. I also am really pleased to hear, because it's not that evident to me, that you're not going to try to match the color. That would, to me, would be a disaster. You're creating a piece of sculpture, let it stand as a piece of sculpture. It doesn't have to scream, but it definitely needs to have a presence. And the color that you choose is, I feel like you can experiment. It can be very soft, it could be a little stronger, but you don't want this to look like it's a mistake. And I think the color is critical. So that's it.
Good. Ann?
Well, I appreciate the form and the sculptural quality of the addition, but I think it does a bit overwhelm the existing building. You said it's actually much better appreciated from above, my view. And I'm not going to copy everyone else's comments about the mechanicals, but I think that they're going to detract. But I think the whole thing wants to get a little bit smaller. I kind of support this kind of idea of sculptural expression of one thing.
Okay. Wellington, did you want to comment?
I agree with much what you said. I would echo Jimmy's comment about the color, and I would highlight it with what Simeon had offered as a comment. The material might be looked at. It's a darn shame to have non-porcelain that should have material for this institution. But I think that the color is certainly should not match, and right now I think it's really hurting the impression that the presentation gives. I certainly echo everyone's comments about the bulkheads, and I think that it's clear from the comments that the roof deck element is participating strongly in driving that bulk. I think whatever you do, you got to blend the bulkhead into the object that is being created, so that it sits as an object, a nice and tidy object on top of the building, not as an
kind of a building on top of the building, which it kind of, I think that's what it notes when you see that kind of rooftop stuff. It takes away from, if you look at the examples that were given by the applicant of rooftop additions that have been approved, they're generally cleaner and more sculptural in quality. And they don't have that kind of rooftop detritus that kind of brings you back into the world of it's a building. And I'll just add one thing. The render, the 3D fly-through was fantastic. You should see way more of that. And I urge the staff, I urge the applicants to certainly at this budget and to consider that. It's a great thing. But I think it showed for me a problem that the applicants should work on with staff, which is the visibility of those jogs on the interior. In order to accomplish this floor alignment, which I'm mystified by, frankly, because the applicant said that he wanted this kind of cascading ribbon effect where you see from level to level and from space to space, and it seems like you're going to offer great distance to straighten things out when you really don't want them straightened out in the first place, but so be it. The result is these fascias and soffits and blind walls that your wonderful fly-through showed very dramatically, to me anyway, as being something that can be seen and that should be considered carefully as visible elements of the work.
Okay, well,
Sounds like we're going to see what we can.
yes. Okay. Well, my thoughts are in alignment, but somewhat different. So let me give them. I want to first start by saying, I'm sure you've all read, consistently reread, Greene Coolhouse is Great, 1976, Hilarious, New York, which takes Madison Square as one of its elements. I'm not sure exactly that it was saying it's delirious, but certain aspects of its history certainly have a delirium about it, not the least of which is no longer there, Madison Square Garden. Stanford White's Madison Square Garden, and Diana sitting up on top, the Flatiron Building, the Metropolitan buildings, etc. It was a pretty extraordinary place. That doesn't mean that everybody knows that history or would look at this and say, wow, some delirium. But for me, it helps. And I think this is really sort of terrific. I liked it from the moment I saw it. And I liked it partly, brother and sisters here, because of the color. I like the color, that it blends in. To me, this is a wonderful idea that we can take such an unexpected, sinuous shape, which is derived. I wouldn't have guessed this, but I like being walked through the horizontal ribbons in the nearby buildings, to be shown that, and somewhat derived by them, and then the sinuous quality. But because the color is the same color, or more or less the same color as the limestone surrounding it fits in. To me, that lets it stand out and fit in. I worry a little bit, and I don't know how we're going to differentiate this, or you will differentiate these comments, but that's your job. To come back to us with something that is a different color, that sits on the roof, like the one at Fossenberg, which seems like it might have landed from above. This seems like it grew out of the buildings, and that's why I liked it. I think it's actually a beautiful thing altogether. Of course, like everybody else, the battleship is a problem. And the battleship, any number of things could be done. The least radical probably is the sheet that, as I was suggesting, with something that just keeps your sinuous ideas going higher. The most destructive for you idea would be to lower the whole thing by one floor. Just put that out there, one showroom less, and bring the whole thing down. And that also eliminates, I guess, your rooftop terrace in a way that kind of makes it not as interesting to you, because you because you get up over the parapet on the 202 building and therefore have a wonderful view downtown, which I understand. I don't think you described that, but I get it. And that change would, of course, eliminate that and a piece of the excitement that you would have in the building. So I'm not proposing that necessarily. I'm just saying it's a possibility if we really have to lower this thing. That's a fairly easy way of doing it. Another way is just not taking the elevator all the way to the roof. That may be issues with accessibility, I understand. Anyway, you've heard a lot of comments. Many of them are aligned comments, particularly about the battleship on top. Some of them are unaligned. Our great staff will somehow figure all that out and help work with you. But I think we're in the hands of a very skilled designer and a team that is thought through this, including the client, by the way. Congratulations for your commitment to our city and your product. So I'm sure that you'll be able to come back to us as quickly as you can, and we'll look forward to those comments. But I think generally speaking, you have a tacit approval around the table of something that's very interesting up at the top, not something that's derived from the two buildings from the two garages. And I think that's the main thing. The rest of it's going to be working through. So thank you very much for a very good presentation. And I do think you set the bar. You've just added more money to applicants who now have. Anyway, thank you very much for a very nice presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, we're going to move on to item number 8. This is LPC 19-33300, an application for certificate of appropriateness in the borough of Manhattan, block 169, block 54, 275 Madison Avenue, 275 Madison Avenue, individual landmark, an Art Deco international style office building designed by Kenneth Franzheim and built in 1931. The application is to replace windows.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Elizabeth Megan, Preservation staff. This item is 275 Madison Avenue, an individual landmark located at the southeast corner of East 40th Street and Madison Avenue. I will be providing an overview of the proposed work. The application is to install new windows at the existing two-story penthouse. As you can see in these historic photos, the building's tower originally terminated with a symmetrical flat crown. And a steel penthouse was constructed sometime between 1964 and 1980 at the top of the tower, which you can see a little bit on the right here. The penthouse was constructed along the east facade of the tower and features aluminum framed windows that are visible from public thoroughfares. The application before you today is to replace the windows within the existing openings, and the proposed new windows, as you'll see in the coming slides, will not match the configuration of the existing windows at the addition.
Is this office use or office?
Correct. So in this photo, you can start to see visibility of the penthouse's east facade as viewed from Park Avenue and East 40th Street. The first floor of the penthouse is primarily visible here, and the setback second floor is partially obscured by the existing railings. And looking north from Madison Avenue and 38th Street, you can see the south facade of the penthouse, including both floors of windows there. Here are images of the existing penthouse conditions, which feature
features this sloped skylight assembly. And the overall south elevation of the building, here you can see the proposed changes to the window configuration at the tower. The proposal involves removing the existing aluminum windows and installing new single light aluminum windows with low E glass within the existing openings. Here's an overall look at the east elevation and a closer look at the existing and proposed windows. The commissioners will note that the existing windows consist of a fixed slope skylight and four type windows featuring a fixed center window and sliding windows at either side. And below you can see the proposed windows, which introduces a combination of fixed single pane windows, larger sliding windows, and larger fixed skylight panels here. And the proposed configuration results in fewer vertical mullions. Here's the existing north elevation, which is visible from 42nd Street and Madison Avenue, and the proposed windows. Just to summarize, the commissioners are reviewing this item today due to the proposed change in the existing window configuration at the penthouse constructed prior to 1980 and is not original to the building. The proposed windows introduce fewer vertical mullions than the existing, as well as introducing fixed single light windows. And the applicant is here to briefly comment and to answer any questions.
Okay, this one,
State your name for the record and be as brief as possible.
Thank you. My name is Robert Siegel, for the replacement of the windows. Just to give you some rationale, which is that this is actually, it's a corporate apartment on top of an office building. And the existing windows, which I'm convinced were installed under the cover of darkness, considered sometime in the late 70s, are just very, very poor performing. They're just totally crafted in the first place. And the idea is to take advantage of the stripping views to improve the performance and to put things back in a way that makes sense with the structure. And then there's an existing structure inside. It's almost Pierre Chareau-esque, I say. Actually, it's all exposed aluminum. So we're replacing the slope glazing so that those mullions need to align with the structure on the inside. Right now, we're just conforming.
You said under cover of darkness, but with the building permit, or no? Does it have a building permit?
It has a CBO, yes, but otherwise, if you look at the craftsmanship and they visited, it's really pretty apparent that it was done quickly, stolen from a trailer park or something like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Color of the new can actually open.
Yes, it is. I have a sample as well of the metal.
Yeah.
So, and the existing, we're putting the new windows don't have the film that the current ones do.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions? No further. Anyone from the audience who'd like to testify? No? Community Board 6 has only one recommendation or vote this time, of course, the last one, and they voted to approve. So at this point, we can close the public hearing. Second. All in favor? Any opposed? And it's closed. Pretty straightforward. After that, round to you.
275 Madison Avenue, the 275 Madison Avenue building, an individual landmark. The application to replace windows. I recommend approval finding that the penthouse is not original to the building. Therefore, the replacement of existing modern metal windows within the existing openings will not result in the loss of significant architectural or historic features. But the penthouse windows are seen from public thoroughfares at great distances. Therefore, the configuration of the proposed windows will be minimally perceptible from the street. The majority of the windows of the remainder of the tower were installed prior to designation do not match the historic 3/3 double hung configuration. Therefore, the new penthouse windows will not disrupt the unified composition of historic windows. That the penthouse is visually and stylistically distinct from the rest of the tower. Therefore, the change in the proposed window configuration will not detract from the remainder of the facade. and the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of this individual landmark.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Approved.
Thank you very much.
Next up is item number 9. This is LPC 19-31682, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 70, Lot 24, 4 Irving Place, a consolidated Edison Company building, individual unit. A classical revival style skyscraper with Renaissance style motifs designed by Henry J. Hardenberg and Warren Wetmore in 1910 to 14 and 1926 to 29. The application is to replace windows.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Michelle Ferrer, Preservation Staff. This application is for work at 4 Irving Place, the consolidated Edison Company building individual landmark, which is located between 14th and 15th Streets and encompassing most of the block between Irving Place and 3rd Avenue. The proposal before you today is to replace windows throughout the facades. The applicants are here to discuss the proposal in detail.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for hearing our application today. My name is Jackie Kudu-Vallon. I'm the preservation consultant on the project. As Michelle just stated, this building almost takes up the block between Irving and 3rd Avenue and between 14th Street and 15th. It's a classically inspired skyscraper. I'm sure everyone knows it's one of the important buildings downtown. Designed by Henry Hardenberg and Warren Wetmore. And built in stages between 1910 and 1929. The first building was designed by Hardenberg and built on the 15th Street elevation on the northern portion of Irving Place. That was between 1910 and 1914. At that portion, that original part of this building, the windows were calamine, copper-clad calamine windows. Looking at some more historic photos of construction. The later two additions were designed by Warren and Wetmore and built between 1926 and 1929. These additions are on 14th Street elevation. They mirror the Hardenberg design. Of course, the signature corner tower is also Warren and Wetmore. In addition, two bays wide on the north side of the Irving Place elevation, north of that tower. Those were also part of the Warren and Wetmore addition. So they were mimicking the vocabulary already established by Hardenberg in most of the additions except for the tower. I should also mention that on those newer portions of the building that were built between 1924 and 29, all the windows are bronze. So what we're asking, and here on this plan you can see what windows were placed, were installed and when. So what we're asking you to look at today is the replacement of bronze windows and replacement material, and also installing one uniform color for all the windows. And here to discuss the proposal is the architect, Betty McClure from Culture Architects. Oh, and incidentally, we also do have representatives from Con Ed here, as well as Skyline Windows, to answer other questions that the design team may not be able to handle. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Betty McClure. I'm from Culver, Northwest. These are some overall photos of the building. Basically, the scope of the work is to place all the punch windows in this facade, not the lower level windows. It's important to note that at the 12th floor windows, there's a series of columns that require a special detail at the window heads. But typically, all of the windows on all of the primary facades are double hung 1-over-1 windows, and on the 3rd Avenue facade, they're all double hung 3-over-3 windows. You can see on these elevations that the north elevation, which was built first, has all copper windows. And then the south elevation, which was built later, has all bronze windows.
On the west elevation facing Irving Place, there are copper windows on the north portion of the building, where the original building was a symmetrical arrangement. So this was a symmetrical arrangement, and then they added these two bays and the tower, and those have round windows. Likewise, on the east elevation, on the 3rd Avenue facade, the windows on the south facade are all bronze here, and these are a combination of copper and replacement windows.
Bronze structure or bronze cladding or wood?
It's actually bronze with a steel structure, which is a fatal flaw on these windows, actually. You can see these are the typical bronze windows, 101. This detail shows the design flaw. The steel backup has corroded, and almost all the windows that we surveyed, the majority of the windows had some problem with the base of the window frame either being deformed or completely split, the way it's shown here, and you can actually see the corroded steel backer. It's exposed, and that will only continue to happen. On the right of this, we're showing some mock-up windows that were installed in a new setback, just to show how the replacement windows that we're proposing have the same configuration as the existing windows. The color is not the window color that we're proposing now. It's just an off-the-shelf color that's available from the factory. Again, these are the existing windows above the mock-up window. These are more photos of the bronze windows in the tower. These are the wood windows on 15th Street. You can see the deterioration of the windows here. These are some of the few windows that you can actually open in the building, which, because the windows are all sealed shut, you cannot access most of the windows to replace the sealant or the caulking or to clean the windows. So it's a very serious maintenance issue. This is the window on the 12th floor where they have the last week, which is a special detail for that. These are typical of the 3rd Avenue facade windows where we have 3/3. And you can see again the condition of the windows in the 3rd Avenue facade are also not terribly great, and they've been painted. These are just typical, atypical actually, setback windows on the 19th floor that are already non-historic aluminum replacement windows. Here are some details of the typical 1/1 window, where the existing is bronze, the proposed is an aluminum frame, which would not increase, would not increase the daylight area more than 10%. We are showing the existing frames to remain and be covered by aluminum. So it's just the window sash that would be replaced. These are more of the bronze windows. These are details of the copper-clad wood windows, which exist on the northern portion of the building. Again, where the existing frame would remain, but we would replace the sash and not decrease the daylight area more than 10%. This is a special trim detail of the 12th floor. These are the 3rd Avenue facade windows, which are the 3/3 configuration. Again, we're not proposing to decrease the daylight area more than 10%. These windows have muttons, existing muttons, which we will reproduce with applied muttons. So these are just more of the atypical details. Yeah, right. Okay, so getting back to the color of the windows, to Jablonski Building Conservation analyzed the existing window finishes and found that the copper windows were oiled to prevent them from corroding and getting a patina agreement. That's the color on the right-hand side. The bronze windows have a patented bronze finish, which you can't really appreciate it here. It's a metallic bronze color that we have a sample of if you'd like to see. We're proposing to use this color on all of the windows because the architects of the building clearly made an effort to create a uniform appearance for the building. So it seems to make sense to continue with that by keeping the window colors in uniform color. The final slide, this is the last one. We were asked to present other buildings that have similar replacement windows. These were also produced by Skyline Windows, which produced the mock-up windows and Rockefeller Center and Chrysler Building. You can see that the existing windows here and here look almost identical to the.
And these are replacement windows.
Replacement windows, yeah.
Good. Questions?
Are those original bronze windows in the front question? They're changed over?
They're replaced.
They're steel windows replacing.
Going to testimony now. Cindy Vancourt.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Simeon Vankoff, Historic Districts Council. Two long New York City architectural designers created this iconic Union Square skyscraper, Henry J. Hardenberg, and later the firm of Loring Wetmore. While these two eras of architecture harmonize, the window materiality reveals their individual identities because copper windows were selected for the 1914 building, whereas the 1929 towers were bronze. Rather than erase this historical clue and regularize the color palette, HTC suggests selecting a patina green finish for all the locations where the windows were historically copper and reserve the patented bronze color selection for the tower.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Thank you. The Community Board 6 has no objection, as they call it, so it must be an approval. Okay, any response at all?
We appreciate HDC's testimony and emphasizing that these buildings were by very important New York architects, and they create one iconic composition. And it's for that reason that Con Ed wants to pursue one window color rather than doing a patented copper color where there are presently original copper windows. We think that the design intent with the additions, which finished this building, was to create a uniform appearance. So we want to maintain that uniform appearance with one window color. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from commissioners? Anyone speaking? Motion to close the hearing? Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Hearing is closed. Comments? Window people, particularly?
Let that be a lesson in galvanic action. These windows are toast. They are toast. And the second lesson is when you install a window and oil it in order to keep it from gaining a patina, you have to redo that occasionally. So I think this is perfectly appropriate.
So anybody disagree? No, okay. Yes. In the matter of 4 Irving Place, consolidated LPC company building, an individual landmark, the application is to replace windows. I recommend approval, finding that the windows surveyed are in deteriorated condition that warrants their replacement, that the proposed aluminum windows will match the historic windows in terms of operation and configuration, that due to the height of the windows above the first floor, the minor changes in details and changes in material from bronze to aluminum will largely imperceptible when seen from public thoroughfares, that the proposed finish will closely match the original patinated finish found at the historic grounds windows of the building, as documented by finishes analysis, and that the replacement window will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the street. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Approved.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thanks for my consent.
Okay, moving to item number 10, LPC 19-35817. An application for a certificate of appropriateness of Borough of Manhattan, Block 891, Lot 48, 156 East 36th Street, Sniffin Court Historic. The Romanesque Revival style building designed by John Sniffin in 1864. The application is to install brackets.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor Fleet, Preservation staff. The application is to install a commercial-sized bracket sign at 156 East 36th Street, which was built in 1864, with alterations completed in the 1890s. The building is located on the east side of Sniffin Court, fronting East 36th Street in the Sniffin Court Historic District. The bracket sign is being brought to hearing because under our rules, we can only approve a 12 by 18-inch bracket sign because the zoning is residential. The architect is here to answer your questions about the proposal.
Thank you for hearing my modest sign application. And Fairfax, for the record, Fairfax and Salmon's Architects. My husband and I purchased this building last year in May, and we were very fortunate to find a building that we could move our architecture firm into, where we were relocating from the newly gentrified meatpacking district. We like the character of this neighborhood. We think it's very exciting for us to start a new chapter in our firm. This, I hope the gentrification doesn't follow us, but this building has a history of being occupied by architects, and it has a lot of interesting history. But Walker & Gillette was a prominent firm in the early part of the 20th century, and Gillette owned this building. Prior to his owning it, Harry T. Lindenberg had undergone some modifications, and you will see a little later the little triangular window hanging off, you can see in the second picture, hangs off the side. That is, I believe, pretty much a Harry T. Lindenberg addition. And then Gillette, I believe, put the top two floors on as you see them. We proposed no changes other than wanting to put a sign on the building that is a bracket sign we feel is compatible with the kind of charming character that you expect at Sniffin Court. We are commercial. We are grandfathered in as commercial, even though we are kind of a residential district. This street is very mixed. We have dry cleaners and hairdressers and restaurants, clothes stores right on our lot. So we felt like we were kind of extending the commercial out of the lot. So this is an overview of the existing brown painted facade. And you can see the tax photo on the lower portion. Just to give you an idea, is this the, okay. Is there a pointer in this?
Yes, the
Top button.
top button.
Top button? Okay.
All right, so you can see, let me just orient myself. So this is the building here, and there's the sniffing court that has mostly residential, although this is right next to us is a theater, which has public use. And you can see that theater a little bit better here. So we are located here, and this is the sign we would like to put up. These are the two colors, painted black and white. Has our logo on it, very simple. There is precedent within the court of several bracketed signs, but there are no signs. The brackets are on the buildings. We're preservationists. We're very attuned to mounting this sign so that it's removable. It's definitely something that can come off any time. The mounting will be within the grout joints to mitigate any damage to the existing brick. This is a picture of what it would look like straight on. You can sort of see here, just from that angle, that's what it would look like. We have an existing lantern over the front door. It's been there quite a while. It shows up in the tax photos. And this is what the sign would look like from the street.
Yeah, is that about it?
I'm sorry?
Is that about it?
That's about it.
Great. I think it's very simple and straightforward.
Yeah.
Are there questions? Yes, question.
Your hope is that some couple walking down the street, passers-by, who's thinking about building a wonderful country house will suddenly see the sign and say, this is it, huh?
Those strollers plus all the people going through the Hamptons through the town tunnel, because this is all the entrance to the
Anyone wishing to testify? No, okay. We have a very supporting letter from the Historic Murray Hill Neighborhood Association supporting the application, and as well from the Community Board, which voted to support it. I don't suppose you need to respond to anything. So without further ado, I would ask for a motion to close the hearing. Second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing is closed. Pretty straightforward.
Yep.
Yep.
It's good.
There you go.
Okay. In the matter of docket 19, -35817, 156 East 36th Street, Smith Court, Historic District. Romanesque Revival Style Buildings and Smith built in 1864. The application is to install a bracket sign. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Smith Court Historic District. I recommend approval. Finding that the first floor of the building where the signage is proposed has historically served as a commercial office space, that the bracket sign will be well scaled to the building and its placement will not detract from significant architectural features, that there are other projecting elements on masonry design in this historic district, and that although there is limited signage within the district, the presence of a bracket sign is consistent with the age and style of the building. That the amount of signage will not overwhelm the facade and will not draw undue attention to itself. That the bracket sign will be installed in areas of plain masonry with minimal penetrations that are easily reversible. And that the bracket sign will be made to comply with code.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion is approved. You're approved. Good luck with all those requirements.
We're going to the braces and have them give them a clue.
All right, moving to the last item of the day, item 11, LPC 19-37067, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1212, Lot 53, 150 West 82nd Street, the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. The neo-Georgian style apartment building designed by George F. Cullen, built in 1926. The application is to enlarge the existing rooftop addition and install mechanical equipment.
Dina Tassenter, Preservation Staff. The application before you is 150 West 82nd Street, an apartment building located on West 82nd between Amsterdam and Columbus Avenues in the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. The proposal is to enlarge the existing penthouse and install associated mechanical equipment at the roof. I will present the details of the work, and the architects are here to answer any questions. So the building was constructed in 1926, along with the penthouse that was partially visible over the secondary facades and is still present today, as you will see. These are the plans showing the existing condition, and then this is the proposed condition at the roof adjacent to the penthouse with mechanical equipment here. The enlargements will not be visible over the primary facade of the building, nor over these immediate views to the east and west. The vantage points showing the greatest visibility are from the far corners of Columbus Avenue and Amsterdam Avenue, oblique views, as shown here, existing versus proposed. And then this rendering depicts that same view with the proposed enlargements and mechanical equipment seen here. These drawings are showing that opposite view from Columbus Avenue, showing the greatest point of visibility from that side. And then these are the installed mock-up views showing that increased visibility. As you begin to approach the building from either side of 82nd Street, the proposed additions become substantially less visible as you get closer to the building. And so these are some of those views showing the decreasing visibility from either side. And then this is just showing the precedent of rooftop additions installed throughout the district. And this is the installed mock-up. So just to summarize, the components before you are the enlargements to the existing rooftop addition, as well as the installation of mechanical equipment at the roof. The architects are here to answer any questions you have.
Right, Harry, it's always nice to have you here. You're being challenged right now with the depleting staff of commissioners within minutes. So the challenge is all yours.
I have no need to expand on that very confident presentation, but the interest of maintaining a forum, I welcome any questions.
Excellent job. Brilliant strategy. But based, I would say, based on the realities of our application here, I think it's very straightforward, minimal visibility, what I would say. And you are. And wait a minute, we have testimony. We have testimony from Community Board 7, Mark Diller. Well, I think or maybe you're going to give your own. Are you going to read Community Board 7?
I'm not going to read it, but I'm Mark Diller on behalf of Community Board 7. I'm the chair of this preservation committee. I'm here to recommend approval of this application. It is visible. Not only minimally visible, so I take it quite seriously, but we are convinced that the addition and the changes are appropriate. It both increases and decreases visibility. It increases visibility because it pulls the walls out towards the lot line, but it decreases visibility because they've gone to pains to reduce the height of the chimney. They reduce an elevator bulkhead, I think it's a freight elevator bulkhead, and a couple of other bits of furniture, if you will, on the roof. It blends in with the kind of things you see, the utilitarian scape that you see in the tops of apartment buildings of this type in our district. And so for all of those reasons, on balance, we find it appropriate and recommend approval.
Thank you for coming to give us the nuance of that resolution. Also, we received a letter from Landmark West that also supports the application, even though it worries a bit about increasing numbers of these rooftop additions that are visible. So, anybody else wishing to testify? I'll keep this question to respond to. Okay. So at this point, we'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? It's closed. John, do we have a general acceptance of this? I think so.
In the matter of docket number 19-37067, 150 West 82nd Street in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. The application is to enlarge the existing rooftop addition and install mechanical equipment at the roof. I know that the building style, scale, materials, details are one of the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the proposed work will not damage any significant architectural features of the building. The proposed enlargements to the existing rooftop addition will be set back from the primary elevations and will therefore not be visible over the primary facade of the building. That the proposed enlargements to the penthouse of this mid-block building will only be visible from distances of several hundred feet or more to the east and west along West 82nd Street. That the existing one-story penthouse is already visible from oblique angles along West 82nd Street, so that the presence of the proposed enlargement matching the existing in height will not appreciably change the appearance of the building. That the proposed brick cladding will be in the same color, texture, and bond pattern as the existing rooftop addition and side facades of the building, thus allowing the addition to blend with its surroundings. That the proposed mechanical equipment situated at the rear roof of the new addition will only be visible from oblique views over the building's west facade along West 82nd Street, and will be seen in conjunction with the existing water tower and other rooftop accretions. And the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District.
A second? All in favor? Any opposed? No, you have your approval. That was easy, right?
I'm really glad you had Adelphi.
I knew you had a great